fire. Say you go cause it casala. My girl, you know be a shana.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. Showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two light. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take three light? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Time, Tyson get right. Holds all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another beautiful edition of Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogubo here to drive you through proceedings this lovely Saturday afternoon. We will be starting off or kicking things off with European football here on the marathon edition of the show. Before we delve into to talk about Nigerian football on the show this afternoon, the World Cup is over. Spain are champions, and it's time for us to look towards the new season and what it has installed for all of us Arsenal defending champions. Can they defend their title next season and make it back-to-back English Premier League titles after a 22-year drought? Yan Diomande, we all thought he was heading to Paris Saint-Germain, but by the looks of things, he's heading over to Los Merengues. He's heading over to the Whites, Los Blancos. Real Madrid, well, it looks like they found an agreement with RB Leipzig, and the man told Arsenal, Man City and Liverpool that, no, I'm not interested, please, go shift with your English football. It's PSG I want. PSG was still haggling with Leipzig, and Madrid came into the picture, and he was like, oh, it's Madrid, it's the Whites. 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 Champions League titles before I get to retire. So why not I go to Madrid, or why don't I go to Madrid? Well, it looks like the man is on his way to Madrid at the end of the day. It's a transfer market. I mean, a lot is happening. Chelsea, Maxence Lacroix is about to... He just passed his medical, so it's about to be officially confirmed, the Chelsea player. Morgan Rogers has come in already. Definitely there will be a transfer show tomorrow, but we'll talk about and touch some things. Well, Madrid are not backing down. Rodri looks like he's going to be a Madrid player before the end of this transfer window. Reports have it that they've already agreed personal terms with the man, and the man has told City he wants to leave to Real Madrid. So we'll be looking at all these issues and looking at how it's going to affect the incoming season. Like I did mention, we will be talking about the Ballon d'Or, looking at certain clause. Manchester United, Michael Carrick, do you think he can or he will have the longevity needed or required? And I mean, for Enzo Maresca, what will it mean losing an important cog in your machine like Rodri if the man does get to leave? I mean, there's a lot to actually talk about on the show today. I hope the 3 hours we do have will be enough for us to actually do that, but we'll make do with what we can at this point in time. And as usual, I am never alone in the studio to do all the talking. I've got someone here with me, the demigod in the world of sports, Osagi Hiwi Osas. Good afternoon, welcome.
A very good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to the city of Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to all sports lovers, football lovers out there. It never goes to sleep. Yes, that's the only city that never goes to sleep, the city of sports, if you want to talk about that. Yeah, we've had a lot to talk about through the week. We'll still have a lot to talk about this weekend, Henry. Team Nigeria is in action. Yeah, if I would want to digress a bit.
For tomorrow.
Yeah, even if I would want to digress, I wouldn't want to digress, but I just have to say it. Yeah, in action.
We've already won.
We've won the gold. I think we've won 2 golds now.
Powerlifting.
Powerlifting. We've also won silver medals. I think our very first medal was a silver medal, and guess what? The cash just started doling out immediately. There, $4,000 silver medal, $8,000 gold medal, $5,000 bronze medal, that's $3,000 and $2,000 straight to the account. As in the money, as you win, you collect. You win, you collect. No time for, yeah. See, no darling. Sheo Diko for president. Please, you didn't hear that from me, but that's exactly how it is right now. He's actually doing a good job. I just hope that he'll be able to keep this touching every aspect of sports, not just athletics, every aspect of sports. Because yeah, we still have a lot to talk about. The Super Falcons will be in action pretty soon, but they
Their
are
first game is
demanding
on Tuesday.
on Tuesday. Yes,
Is
on
it Monday
Tuesday.
or Tuesday?
Tuesday,
Yeah,
28th.
28th.
Yeah, 28th.
That's
So
my birthday.
you just dropped the hint. Anyways, it's
So they'll win now. It's Malawi now. They'll win.
yeah, obviously, but Tanzania took them some time. I hope Malawi would not. But the truth here is, Henry, see, the girls are also complaining right now that what was promised them during the return hosting, that's that hosting that the presidency gave to them after winning the last African Cup of Nations, that's the 2024 African Cup of Nations, was not given, hasn't been fulfilled till now, and they're crying out that this would hamper our performances. Yeah, that one is on the side. We also have reports that referees stopped receiving their indemnities far back as February in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So we still have a lot of places to correct. And I think Sheo Diko, being the point one when it has to do with sports in Nigeria currently, needs to sit tight. He needs to sit tight and make sure that these things do not come reoccurring again. Sheo Diko, that's word for you right there. Ibrahim Gusso, at this point, I saw his promotional picture for his election, and he looked more like a man in gray. I don't want to say man in black or men in black in that tuxedo, but he looked more like a secret service agent than a football administrator in that particular picture. But the truth is, see, let's take our football to the next height, the greatest or the biggest height that we can dream of. Because see, every other part of the world, they are doing it. So if we fail to do it, then I think we are relegating ourselves to the back seat. Because hey, Capo Verde is not going to be intending to take their foot off the gas anytime soon. It's quite clear. We're seeing other nations put in the shift, so we have to do the same to ensure that we continue as a powerhouse in the world of football.
Definitely, we have to do the same to make sure we continue as a powerhouse in football. But I mean, that's for the second part. It's all about European football now, as much as we love to talk about Nigerian football. Well, we do have the feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show this afternoon. On YouTube, we are live at Today951FM, at Today951FM. On Facebook, we are at Today95.1fm, at Today95.1fm. On Instagram, we are at TodayFM951, at TodayFM951. On X is at Today FM 951 as well, at Today FM 951 as well on X. On Twitch, we are at Today FM 951 as well, at Today FM 951. And you can also listen to us via our website, audio only. Yeah, the website is www.todayfmlive.com. www.todayfmlive.com. Just click on listen live, either via the homepage or the menu list, and you get to listen to us live, audio only. And you can also connect via the TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Just search for Today FM, Today 95.1 FM, Today 95.1 FM, and you get us through the TuneIn or Radio Garden app. Then the normal feedback platforms you are used to listening to or used to interacting with us through the phone line and SMS portal. For the SMS portal, the number is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. While for the phone line, the SMS, the number is, beg your pardon, 0810 951 0951, 0810 951 0951. That is for the phone line. And yeah, you can call in to air your thoughts on everything we are going to be discussing on the show this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I say take a seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's get this show on the road.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Yes, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And let's head over into the thick of the action as, yes, we all know the World Cup is over and there are individual awards, the FIFA the best, the Ballon d'Or, well, the Ballon d'Or being the main focus or the main course of attraction for discussion this afternoon on the show. And there's that belief or you say that thought that stems from the fact that in a year where there is a major competition, like you probably have the World Cup and the Euros, that whoever tends to win or become or is the best player in this competition always tends to be the best player in the world. I mean, some would say, how Rodri beat Vinicius Jr. to it at the end of the day. That was about 2 years back. Yeah, so, that comes to mind and all that stuff. But, Osas, the World Cup is over. Rodri was the best player. Lamine Yamal won the World Cup, but maybe not the best of competitions or tournaments on an individual basis based on the man's output and his play generally. But he was still influential and important for Spain. But now, first off, you look at the World Cup, you look at last season, the European calendar season and the league season. Harry Kane, fantastic, 73 goals in the season. And a lot of people are saying that's what the Ballon d'Or should actually be based off. It's actually from August last year till about August this year. That's what they're basing off, or their criteria to actually decide on who will win the Ballon d'Or. The Ballon d'Or, France football did actually come out and say winning the World Cup alone or being the best player alone in the World Cup is not enough to guarantee that you are or will be the Ballon d'Or winner. There are a lot of other criterias. Now, do you feel that bias or sentiment, first off, will play a major role or importance this year?
I think yes, it will. The
World
bias
Cup
of the World Cup, yes, it will. It will. It's the World Cup year. The World Cup is the biggest footballing competition you can find on the globe. No other comes close. You want to call the UEFA Champions League, fine. But when it's the World Cup, it's the World Cup. That's the reason why it is called the FIFA World Cup. It comes once every 4 years. It's supposed to be the toughest of competitions you find. No thanks to the fact that these days we see 48 countries come to the World Cup, and in those 48 countries, you begin to see countries that you start asking yourself, what's the reason for these countries making it this far to the World Cup? Yeah, I know inclusivity is one thing FIFA is trying to look out for, but you shouldn't water down the quality of the tournament, because that's the reason why players have to wait for 4 years. Players have to wait so long. Players have to prep for years to make sure that when it's World Cup period, you get to put up performances that could last for eternity, performances that go into the history books. Yes, that's exactly what the World Cup is. And if the World Cup is that big, you cannot take your eyes off the World Cup when you want to give awards that relate to the World Cup. Over the years, we've seen it, how the World Cup has influenced basically most of the Ballon d'Or winners in those World Cup years. I'm trying to get a list of Ballon d'Or winners in the World Cup years. I know very well that we had in 2018, I think, who won 2018 Ballon? That should be Luka Modric, because of the exploits he had in the FIFA World Cup. He got to the final of the FIFA World Cup in that particular year, and also he had some individual performances coming from Real Madrid. So you could say, fine, that's for him. But when it's the World Cup year, Henry, you cannot take away what the World Cup brings. And this particular year, 2026, the FIFA World Cup, who won the MVP of the World Cup? Rodri. Who won the World Cup? Lamine Yamal.
Let's put it into perspective. Yes, the World Cup. Okay, look at Rodri, best player, right? So it's only, if you're talking based on that bias existing, it's only logical that he should be the Ballon d'Or winner, right? But look at Rodri and Manchester City. Rodri was injured literally most of last season. Didn't he or play much football? He didn't win the Premier League. Just probably won. He just won the FA Cup and the Carabao Cup. And had a pretty average season in the Champions League as well. So I mean, you're looking at the season that just finished and that just passed. Yes, he had a fantastic World Cup. Was integral to Spain winning the World Cup. Won the Golden Ball, which I still have my own reservations about Rodri winning the Golden Ball. I am not a fan of what they did after the final in Argentina, but Messi probably deserved the Golden Ball.
That's one of the reasons why
based on if I am giving my own unbiased undiluted opinion, yeah. Messi probably and definitely deserve the Golden Ball of the World Cup, but it was given to Rodri. You're looking at all the context and bringing all this together. Can you confidently say that Rodri is actually going to win it just based on the World Cup?
That's what I was trying to say. This particular World Cup is probably the most complicated for those who would want to vote for the Ballon d'Or, because I stated it at first. Who won the MVP or the best player of the World Cup? Rodri. And so many footballing institutes and call that institutions at this point have frowned at that. Pundits have also frowned at it. In fact, it was supposed to, a lot of persons tipped Lionel Messi to win that. But in the course of it also, after FIFA gave it to Rodri, we saw cases where IFFHS gave theirs to Lionel Messi. Sky Sports also gave theirs to Lionel Messi. So that bias is there. That divide is already established right there for who performed best in the FIFA World Cup. But the truth here is now it's going to be very difficult for those who want to actually base their submission for the winner of the Ballon d'Or on the FIFA World Cup, because now see, Rodri won the MVP. Messi got to the final, had the records, looked like he's the well-deserved best player of the tournament. Lamine Yamal didn't contribute much, but he ended up as the face of Spain that won the FIFA World Cup. And all of these guys are in contention, not forgetting Kylian Mbappe, who came through with the highest
I
goal.
mean, the man won the
highest
Golden
goals.
Boots in
He
the
won
Champions
Golden Boots.
League, the La Liga, and in the World Cup.
Yeah, I think becoming the third man to do that.
He's the only man to win 2 World Cup Golden Boots.
Yes, 2 World Cup Golden Boots, and the third man to win the Golden Boot in these 3 competitions you mentioned. I think it should be the second man. Eusebio, yes, of Portugal is the only one who did that. So Kylian Mbappe is the next person who has done that at this point. So that's another record on his own. Are you saying the reason why I said selecting the Ballon d'Or winner for 2026 is going to give a lot of persons headache? Because Kylian Mbappe is also in that mix. You can't take away.
But should it cause that much of a headache? You look at Harry Kane. Won a double, made the Champions League semi-final, 70, scored over 70 goals.
Over 70 goals. And could still score or add to it before the Ballon d'Or. The Ballon d'Or comes in October, and the season resumes in August. He's on 73 already. I think he's chasing down right now on Lionel Messi's 92
in a
calendar year. So if for example he goes all the way guns blazing from the start of the season, and he's able to hit 95, 98 goals before the Ballon d'Or, are you going to look away from Harry Kane, the man who eclipsed what everyone in football felt nobody can come close to, which is scoring 92 goals in a calendar year? Are you going to look away from him? He also had a brilliant FIFA 2026 World Cup.
Scored 6
goals. Got to the semi-finals and picked up the golden bronze.
Do you think he's actually the favorite?
That's why I said I'm even confused, because now I'm trying to evaluate everybody. We want to look at we've seen World Cups in the past. 2002, Ronaldo Nazario didn't have much of a good performance on the club side base, but he was
mostly injured for most of the season. He was still recovering and having the knee issue.
Got to the Korea-Japan 2002 World Cup and scored 8 goals and brilliantly won the MVP. He won the Ballon d'Or that year. Cannavaro, 2006. What was his first name again? Fabio Cannavaro. Yeah, didn't do anything much for Juventus. Came to the World Cup, became a stalwart for Italy in the back of at the back line there. Did that so very well that he was arguably the best player or best defender on the planet at that period, and he won the Ballon d'Or. So now, are we coming to this case and we are saying Rodri does not deserve a shout? Rodri for sure deserves a shout.
Cannavaro was a mainstay in the Juve team.
Rodri is also a mainstay, no thanks to injuries.
But he was injured for most of the... Okay, now, you look at a player like Michael Olise. I mean, if I wanted to put Michael Olise side by side with Yamal for this Ballon d'Or, probably seeing who finishes ahead of the other in the Ballon d'Or rankings.
Okay, let's look at Michael Olise. What has he done?
26 goals, 41 assists. 41 assists last season. Broke the assist record in the World Cup, in the single World Cup. Pele's record of 7, and he broke it. Of 6, beg your pardon. He broke it.
He got 7.
He was the top assister in the World Cup. He won the Bundesliga, the DFB Pokal, like Yamal did win the
Spanish Super Cup,
the
La Liga.
The La Liga. He won the Super Cup as well, man.
Who won the Super Cup?
Olise won the Super Cup.
Okay, coming from the previous...
yes, he won the Super Cup. Lamine Yamal won the Super Cup, the La Liga, and just the Super Cup and Liga.
Just the Super Cup and
then
Liga.
He won the World Cup. Don't get me wrong, he won the World Cup. But was Lamine...
I think you
could mention about 2 or 3 players that were ahead of Lamine Yamal in that Spanish team. Rodri.
Yeah. Oyarzabal.
Pau Kubasi. Oyarzabal. Marco Correa.
Would I want to call
Unai Simon.
Unai Simon, yeah.
Yeah, you could say
I can put
he's
Unai
you could
Simon
say he's the
in that
poster
bracket.
boy of the Spanish national team, but he didn't turn up as much as people expected or wanted in the World Cup. But Olise has been consistent down from the season in Bayern Munich, even down to the World Cup, and was very instrumental and important to everything France did, making it to
But
the
I don't know how
semi-final.
instrumental he was in that semi-final match against
He
Spain.
was locked. He was kept quiet. That happens. It happens. Harry Kane was invisible against Argentina. It happens. Messi was invisible in the final against Spain. It happens. Things happen. Yeah. But, I mean, do you still think Yamal still has a say ahead of the man, Michael Olise?
Yamal has a very huge PRO. That's what I would say. So much. Now, when I say huge PRO, see, it's not hidden. It's all over the world right now. Goats leaving, baby goats taking over, passing the torch from the previous era, the outgoing era or outgone era, to the incoming era. He seems to be the heir to the throne of the best footballers.
Put unnecessary pressure on that boy.
No, be me put them. Now everybody put them. You saw it on that day of the final. Even the build up to that final was goats versus
the baby goats versus daddy goats.
Versus daddy goats. So it's not from me. It all started from there. So that PR is already huge on Lamine Yamal. And what else? Which other way do you think FIFA would want that PRO to grow? It's by giving the young man a Ballon d'Or shout. I'm beginning to feel that everything could be made possible for Lamine Yamal to win this year's Ballon d'Or, because we saw the last Ballon d'Or. Lamine Yamal finished ahead of Rafinha.
Do you even think he even deserves to finish ahead of Olise and Mbappe based on what you've seen for the last one?
He doesn't.
The last season plus the World Cup.
He doesn't. But back to the PRO. If he finishes winning the Ballon d'Or, it's down to nothing but the Messi GOAT effect. Yes, because see, in as much as we want to say football is very unbiased, I would also want to say that football is governed by people that have emotions. We don't have robots playing football. Those who play football are humans, flesh and blood. That's why on the pitch of play, you could see tempers flare. On the pitch of play, you could see some questionable calls, because at some point officials could just switch off. Their emotions takes over them. You can't slap a referee and expect him that he will look at you again and you commit something and you will not be. That's the reason why referees won and you talk back and you get a card, because emotions are there. I don't think a machine or a robot, you will talk back. That robot will stick to the rules as far as there are regulations placed down. But that's why it's football. Emotions, that's human nature, is also part of it. So now you would not, and see, the Ballon d'Or is based on votes coming from journalists as well as representatives of the various national teams, including captains and coaches. Now, see, you cannot expect that these guys already, as we are now in the world of football, there is a huge divide. It has always been there. We used to call it the fans of Cristiano Ronaldo and the fans of Lionel Messi. It has been for years. Would I even say decades? Or would I say decades? More than a decade, because both have just been very active in 2 decades. So it has always been that way. One set of fans against the other set of fans. 2 of the greatest footballers that we've seen this time in the world of football. And now, see, Lamine Yamal has been drawn into that. These guys that are going to be voting in the Ballon d'Or, a lot of them are within this divide. They are within this divide. Either those who respect and reverence Lionel Messi, or those who respect and reverence Cristiano Ronaldo. And if you look at the young man Lamine Yamal, with the character that he pulled through, even with this World Cup, he shows very well that he could be likable by both sides, because he did attribute respect to Cristiano Ronaldo when he knocked him out in the that was the quarters. He knocked him out in the quarters. He also attributed respect hugely to Lionel Messi when he knocked him out in the final. He did the same to Kylian Mbappe when he knocked him out in the semis. So you can see that Lamine Yamal could pass as that one player that is loved by everybody. because yeah, you respect my goat, I like you. You respect my goat, I also respect you. Now, if that happens and it tends to influence the emotions of those who vote, who do you think would gather more of the votes for the 2026 Ballon d'Or? It has to be Lamine Yamal. Even if he's not deserving or is not deserving of him winning the Ballon d'Or, it's quite going to be clear that Lamine Yamal would leverage or enjoy or reap from the emotional bias that comes with him being in and around what we have all seen. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was the final, and before that final, we started seeing Messi beating Lamine Yamal. That picture has been there for some time, but what happened? Why?
The final meeting,
The final meeting brought it up
yeah,
again. A lot
definitely.
of conspiracy theories did come up. How it was planned 20 years ago. How did they
How did they know
select?
Lamine? How did they know Lamine will be?
know
How did they know
Lamine Yamal
Lamine will be so good at this
so
football?
good at this
Come
point
on,
that he will now
that's-
come. So now I'm just trying to explain to you why you might see Lamine Yamal winning the 2026 Ballon d'Or, because the emotion. So I said that's why I said this particular season, this particular year for the Ballon d'Or will be the most confusing, controversial Ballon d'Or selection that we can have, because right now I think those who are going to vote, they will already be having so much in their heads, because number one, I just explained to you why Lamine Yamal could win the 2026 Ballon d'Or. He didn't put in the shifts. Now that has made it very difficult for any person who wants to come out to maybe try to explain to us why, because he didn't put in the shift. You can't in terms of performances, you cannot rate Lamine Yamal with Harry Kane. You can't rate Lamine Yamal with Michael Olise. You can't rate Lamine Yamal with Kylian Mbappe. You can't rate Lamine Yamal even with Lionel Messi. Forget about what happened in the World Cup alone. Lionel Messi was outstanding within this period of the Ballon d'Or for Inter Miami. Yeah, so you can't really rate him at that level. But if he gets to win it, he has the emotions in his favor. Everybody loves Lamine Yamal now because he respected Cristiano Ronaldo against all odds. When people expected that he was going to say, "Oh, the man who baited me was Lionel Messi, so let me taunt Ronaldo, let me drag Ronaldo," he gave that respect. He gave the same respect to Kylian Mbappe, even within that semi-finals. Yeah, after speaking big, yeah, kept his words, but he didn't look at it that was a French side that Didier Deschamps talked back at him, saying, "Listen, football is not played in front of the microphone, it's played on the pitch of play." You would have expected that the young man would have rubbed it in their faces for knocking them out of the semi-final, but he didn't do that. He went straight to Kylian Mbappe and he said, "See, I acknowledge that you're one of the best we have in this particular era." The same thing he did for Lionel Messi. So what he has simply done is attracted to himself the likeness of everybody within this divide, because Lionel Messi has his own set of followers. I don't want to call it worshippers. You also have that for Cristiano Ronaldo. You have that for Kylian Mbappe. So all these are coming in and they are also part of those who are going to vote. So Lamine could have it. For Rodri, he has the blessings of winning the MVP of the FIFA 2026 World Cup, because it has always been that way.
Yeah.
Those who win the Ballon d'Or in the World Cup year are either those who win the MVP or they participated very well or played in the final. But here, he won the World Cup, he won the MVP. So that could also play to his advantage right there.
But 2010, that wasn't the case actually.
2010, let's forget 2010. 2010 has its own ups and downs. You can't score, put in 74 or 75 goals and assists, and you expect us to look at a Schneider who had just 16 goals.
Was literally the best player in every
brother Schneider. See, we had that argument here before. If you say it's short for Schneider for at least scoreish like 35 goals, then putting like
he
20
was a
assists.
creative midfielder in a team that had Diego Milito that was scoring the goals.
Have we not seen midfielders score goals and go close to 20? He's his mate Bruno Fernandes that had 21 assists, a bit 20 assists in one season. Plus, I think he had about 12 goals in this concluded season. If you put that together, is that not about 30 plus? He didn't put that shift. So that's one. And that was a Lionel Messi that scored all of this and also proved. I think that was that 2014 World Cup? Okay, Messi exited in the quarterfinal, not in the final of that 2014 World Cup.
No, 2014 they played the final against.
Okay, sorry, 2010 World Cup.
2010 Germany beat them 4-1.
It was in the quarterfinal. So now that's it. So that let's forget about that one. That one goals settled that particular one. But most of the Ballon d'Or in the World Cup year has either gone to those who won the World Cup or those who won the MVP and played in the final of the World Cup. So that one could play to the favor of Rodri in this case. We also have Kylian Mbappe. Did I say Kylian Mbappe? We also have Harry Kane knocking on the door with what he has done already when it has to do with the goals this season. 73, as you said. He has a chance of eclipsing Lionel Messi's 92 goals in a season. So I asked again, if Harry Kane before October scores like in a year. Did I say a season?
Yeah.
No, a year, sorry. Now, if Harry Kane scores before October when the Ballon d'Or comes to limelight, if he scores about 22 to 23 goals, he has eclipsed that. Are we going to look away from Harry Kane, who has done one of the unthinkable things in the world of football? Would that be possible? So that one plays for him also. So now everybody has to start putting in the shift. Harry Kane now would want to score more goals because that's the only way he could get a shout for winning the Ballon d'Or 2026. He got to the semis, as I said, won the third place, the bronze medal. Good one there for Harry Kane. Are we also talking about Kylian Mbappe? He had a very good season in his club side, based on goals though, not based on trophies, but based on goals. He had a very good season. He had a very good individual showing. Then in the World Cup, the same thing. He didn't get to the final, but he had the highest goals. He had, I think, he had the highest goal contribution, 14. So are you going to do? That's for Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah.
14. So he even had more than Messi, who were tipping for the MVP. So 14, are we going to look away from that? So we have a lot on our hands when it has to do with selecting who wins the Ballon d'Or. But truly, Henry, if you want to get my candid opinion, or you want to get my view, if I look into my crystal ball, I feel the Ballon d'Or will go to Lamine Yamal.
Okay. Victor is really in the studio. The man who said the good for me. Victor, good afternoon. I want to bring in one more name. A lot are putting him as third in the power rankings, and you know that person. He's won it about 8-9 times. He won the MLS Cup, 44 goals and 30 assists. I've had about 8 goals and 5 assists this World Cup. Did you think Lionel Messi at least makes the podium?
I think for Lionel Messi, he makes it because he might not win it, but let's say he gets in around there. But first of all, Henry, good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to us, and also the lovely listener out there. I've been shouting God forbid since I came into the studio, because I don't know where Osas is getting the fact that because you respect a goat means you deserve to be a goat. The thing is, take nothing from Lamine Yamal. The boy has done his bits. He has proven that yes, he can shine in this young Barcelona setup. But let's look at the effort of the others. Look at what the other players did in their own time. Harry Kane, maybe for the fact that the Three Lions couldn't win the World Cup, maybe that's the only reason why people could say yes, Harry Kane does not deserve it. But aside that, I feel Harry Kane has done enough. When you look at what the man has put out, you also look at what the likes of Michael Olise, even Lionel Messi. I wouldn't want to say maybe give it to Lionel Messi because he is Messi, or because of what he has done in just the World Cup. Because if you look at the level of the MLS, you look at what he has done in Inter Miami, it doesn't compare to what Harry Kane did in a Bayern Munich team in the Bundesliga. And it also doesn't compare to what Michael Olise did during his time there in Bayern Munich also. Because the numbers, we've seen the numbers not just in the goals, but also in the assists. And also for the eye test, for those watching the game, you could say yes, that Michael Olise has been very, very entertaining. He has been a threat. And I think maybe that calls for something, because if you want to, I had an argument with some fans there in the viewing center where they were saying during the final of the World Cup, they said Olise has no business being compared to Lamine Yamal, because Lamine Yamal is a head and shoulders above the man. But I had to step in there, because if you want to look at in terms of the dribbles, in terms of the entertainment show, in terms of how they play their football, I think Olise does the same thing that Yamal does. He may not be a king in that Bayern Munich setup, but he does the same thing. If you look at the numbers, I feel that is where he edges Lamine Yamal, because we've seen Yamal. Yamal is not the winger that gives you the goals, the assists. Yamal cannot be the likes of Mo Salah. That even in his poor season, he still gives you double figures in terms of goals. You could even add the assists, because lots of season in the Premier League, Salah came out as top assist, not just in club level, but also in the Premier League. So, but you look at Lamine Yamal, he's just, let's say, he has that impact in the team. Not all wingers give you the numbers. You could make a case for Jeremy Doku. He's always up and doing. He's always active, always being a threat. But in terms of the numbers, if you don't watch the man, you could say that what kind of winger scores 3 goals in 20 games? What kind of winger? We even have our own Moses Simon, a winger that gives you 3 goals in 28 games, and you just ask yourself, what does this winger do? But not all wingers are that goal threats. Some of them are the threats that occupies other defenders for the strikers to flourish. So, but for Lamine Yamal, I feel his time will come. I always tell people that for Lamine Yamal, he still has lots of years ahead of him. His time will come, and when that time comes, the man is just 19. When that time comes, I don't think even the sky will be his limit, because for you to be winning the World Cup at 19, it means that if you go on with this same pressure, by 29, you should be having 2 more World Cups. If not winning them, then you should at least get to the final. We've seen Kylian Mbappe get to 3 semi-finals in a row, and that is 3 World Cups that the man has played in his time. So it shows that these kind of players, they may not get to achieve what the likes of Messi and Ronaldo have achieved, being that consistent for 15 plus years, but they will create something that the next generation will look at and want to replicate. Because you look at the number of goals that Kylian Mbappe has for France, and you just feel this man, we could say that this is the time the man could be say Kylian Mbappe is in his prime, because Kylian Mbappe came into the limelight as, was it a 19-year-old there in AS Monaco, but at 17, and at this point leading the French team as the captain of the side.
He's the all-time highest goal scorer for France.
There was a time when we called this some countries all-time goal scorers. We felt it wasn't something someone could get. Remember the time we talked about Rashidi Yekini for the Super Eagles? Some said, which striker is going to get to that level? We talked about the likes of Yakubu Ayegbeni. But now we are seeing Victor Osimhen getting close to that already. And it's like he's just getting started. We saw for Brazil, we saw how Neymar got to that level, that Pele, the level that Pele set. And it's like, okay, Neymar is almost getting done already for the
He has retired from international football.
But believe me, a Brazilian will come at some point and hit that level and even eclipse it. Look at what Thierry Henry did during his time in the French team. We all felt maybe there won't be any striker that could come close to that level, because Henry was on a different level. But look at what Kylian Mbappe is doing, and there are still young talents in this French team that have not been given a time yet. So I feel for the Ballon d'Or, I want to look at individual performance rather than the success story of maybe the club side or the country. Because if we want to look at the club side or the country, the success story, then we should be putting a certain Fabian Ruiz into the mix, because the man won everything when it comes to
But
this
he was
season.
injured for most of the season. But now, do you think that this is just a deliberate case to try and undermine Harry Kane? Because based on numbers, he's the best.
That is
So
what I'm saying.
you think it's actually a deliberate move to just say, sorry, Harry Kane, we can't have another Englishman since Michael Owen actually gets to win this one. So sorry, you're not winning this one. You think that's the case? Or do you feel like he's actually the deserved winner? And, I mean, we should stop all this back and forth, Mbappe, Yamal, and all this. I just give Harry Kane the Ballon d'Or at the end of the day.
I feel Harry Kane should be given the award because you look at his performance. I see. I've always been a supporter of individual performance when it comes to individual awards. Let the collective award be let it be decided collectively, and individual awards, let's decide it on the player's performance, because what Harry Kane did for Bayern Munich team, no player have come that close to breaking that record that Messi set, scoring 91 goals in 92 goals in a year. And the man is almost getting there. When the season starts, let's say from August down to December, the man might still get 10 to 15 goals. He might not break it, but he might get closer. So for what the man has done, I feel this is his World Cup. England might have not won it, but
let me ask the question. Sorry to cut you. Season goals, are they considered as?
No,
they're not.
They are not official goals.
Okay. Thank God.
Another one you want to add for Yamal goals.
He probably won't even play in the preseason because he's not. He's
He's
on
on
holidays. He'll be resting. He'll probably be back like a
But
week.
if
before the season
preseason
starts.
goals were to be added, don't you think Harry Kane would have played?
No, but for Harry Kane, even if he doesn't get to score again till the end of this year, I feel he has done enough already. We saw that particular game. Was it the game against Congo where England were losing the game, and it was just all about Harry Kane getting those 2 goals and giving them the victory. And those are the moments that count, not the moments where your team played good football and won the game and you were just ordinary. You were not seen. Your impact was not felt, and maybe those are the moments that count for the likes of Lamine Yamal in this World Cup, because this World Cup has been the brilliance of the Spanish national team, not down to the brilliance of a particular player. The brilliance of the team has been on show. And Rodri winning the MVP of the World Cup is down to the fact that he had glimpses of good performances and all that. But for Lamine Yamal ending the tournament with 1 goal, and I saw some fans try to make a case that Yamal should be winning that for the fact that at 19 he did what Ronaldo could not do. That's baseless. So I just feel this is the Ballon d'Or for Harry Kane.
Sorry to cut you again. I heard when you asked, though I stepped out of the studio, but I heard when you asked the reason why I decided to put Lamine Yamal in this bracket, which you are shouting, God forbid, up and down. And I told you, emotions. I hope you know that emotions are also part of course, Ballon d'Or. Last Ballon d'Or, it was emotions that robbed Vinicius Jr. of winning it. True. So, if your goat is my goat, and you respect my goat, and I respect your goat, and we all respect all goods.
So it's all about respect, right? No.
And we decide to
pick. But Osas, you say it's about respect. Then N'Golo Kante should have won the Ballon d'Or.
I feel
N'Golo Kante is not the poster boy. He's not the baby goat. There is
Osas is talking about emotion. Is the fact that these players are voted for.
I'm not talking about the emotion. I'm not talking about the emotion.
No, I'm talking about
the whole rest.
No, I'm talking about Osas made mention of Osas made mention of emotions. And see, these players, this award is an award that goes with votes, right? And it's the national team coach and the captain that votes. Now, emotions, journalist inclusive. Now, I can decide to be emotional. Let's say, example, I loved Lionel Messi. That's my emotion.
The truth is,
and you know that maybe
Lionel Messi has won how many Ballon d'Or?
Yes.
8.
Yes.
And there are some. A lot of persons said he didn't deserve all.
Yes, there are some that we think he didn't deserve.
Emotions.
So I feel emotion is part of this whole thing.
Good. Who do you expect team captains and coaches who are followers or respecters of Lionel Messi to vote for?
I think.
No. I'm just asking you.
No.
My learned colleague, I'm asking you.
See, the followers of Messi will always vote for Messi, even if Messi is not there.
But now that he's not there and he has crowned the baby goat, who do you think they will vote for?
Baby goat.
Good. Then the baby goat also has respect for Cristiano Ronaldo. He showed it in and out clearly.
Okay, guys.
Who do you think they will vote for?
The supporters of Ronaldo will never support the baby
You think
goat
so?
of Messi. I tell you for a fact.
You think so?
They won't.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hello. Name and location. Okay, looks like they had a drop call situation. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything or what we've been discussing, the Ballon d'Or, the power rankings. I mean, what are your favorites? A lot of names are being thrown into the mix. Harry Kane looks to be the one leading. Do you share the same sentiment? Do you think this could be Lamine Yamal's year? He won the World Cup, won some other trophies, but didn't really have a great World Cup on an individual level. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Hello. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Onyema.
Okay, Onyema. Great to have you on the show.
Yeah, so thanks. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Studio. So I just have a bit of concern when we see a tournament and we just decide, maybe due to emotion, that a certain player should win the best player of the tournament. Sincerely, Messi, apart from the goals that he scored in the past World Cup, didn't play particularly well. In most of the games, he was not there. Until things where he would just perform a moment or two of magic. And see, the truth of the matter is that let us look at why FIFA said Rodri is the player of the tournament. Look at the statistics and actually judge for yourself whether Messi was better. And in fact, even if Rodri wasn't the player of the tournament, Mbappe would have been well ahead of Messi. The assists, the contributions, the energy he brings, and even the number of goals he scored. Right? So this whole Messi thing, Messi, let's just drop it. If we like Messi for who he is, yeah, that's fine enough. But not being dragged on every occasion, every argument, every discussion, Messi. He had a pretty fair World Cup. He wasn't the best. Nobody can say Messi was the best in that World Cup. There were a lot of players that were ahead of him. If we want to be candid and fair, and we want to use statistics to judge what has happened. Yeah, he did well for his country, right? But not generally as the best player of the World Cup. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Okay.
All the best.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there, Onyema. Do well to keep the calls coming in. 0810-951-0951. Who is your favorite to actually lift the Ballon d'Or this year with what you saw during the regular season and during the World Cup? Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Asad.
Good afternoon. This is actually Henry.
Okay, Henry.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Barcelona chairman.
Okay.
If anybody they mention Messi, the bet is not Pasha is right. If you don't be this final where Messi lose, nobody can drag the world bet with him.
Okay.
As he don't lose the final, so the world bet now go to Spain players. Don't even mention Mbappe name for world bet because since the history of world bet, I never see any person when we world bet. We don't win anything with your country. At least you must win for your country or for your club. You must win one thing, either league or the World Cup. You must win something for your club or your country. So you know what time we send score goal for La Liga for a club. You score goal for World Cup. But you don't win anything for a country or for a club. So scrapping them come up for this World Cup World Best. Come out in them, you know supposed to be there. Spain, either Rodri or Yama or Kobasi. These three people, one of them deserve them. Kobasi is the best young player of this tournament. Cannavaro of 2006 6. Cannavaro is a defender. Who wins the Ballon d'Or? Who wins world best? It's a defender. As Kovac is the defender. So if Cannavaro win world best 2006, what do you go Kovac no if you win them? But Yaman come this World Cup with injury. With injury, now they struggle carry Yaman. Force him to carry and come with this World Cup. Now make it not start first match where them draw. But since when not the start match, the only president to make Spain win the whole matches. Only president, forget whether do assist, whether score goal or not score. Only president for that team, they give Spain winning. If you come out the amount for that Spain national team, Spain will win one match. Started from 2 years in Europe, when start they should play. 2000 when this is 2 years. Only president give Spain everything where they win. So only president matter for that team. So for my own, I go vote Yaman number 1. They vote Kovac number 2. They vote Rodri number 3. God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts. Yeah. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ajibola from Oji.
Okay, Ajibola, please go ahead.
I believe what Ballon d'Or factor which we are discussing is a serious matter. I just see about this matter. See, I don't know why people do like this. When you be telling me that if you organize a tournament, after that tournament, you give best team of the tournament. That best team means this is the team that perform better in that tournament. Does not need that somebody score 10 goals in that team or specifically 1 goal in that team or not because the team deserves best team. And when you talk about the best player, does not mean whether the player come from the team that win the trophy. I don't know. Even in other competition that they give award, you don't give award. They don't say this person win the trophy. I don't know if you are getting me.
Go ahead. We are on the side.
This is they get it wrong since that Schneider or this time. Okay, if you look at that Schneider Messi period, okay, you say you did not use a trophy to join that Messi perform excellent. Everybody sees that Messi perform. The best team go to Spain that won the trophy. Iniesta was there, Xavi was there, Casillas was there. They did not get one bet because they did not have it. But this one, you the competition. Rodri did not score 1 goal. Rodri did not have maybe contribute any goal to carry off a best player. Messi that played the whole, which I said they have been robbing people for him. Probably this time around, they robbed Messi for something else. That's this world best that we are in now. Harry Kane deserve it. That is the person that give exceptional performance. It's not like Neymar, Rodri. They are usually because of their team. A level player made up a team that play on the pitch. So we are because that team won the trophy. You are saying okay because this guy, you are giving the guy the glory of it. Please, they just stop that nonsense. I tell you, whether I can find go to the award or it did not only go. See what the guy has done so far. Coupled with the World Cup and the league performance, Harry Kane is the best player, followed by Mbappe.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still very much open. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
My name is Evans from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Evans, please go ahead.
Ballon d'Or should go to Harry Kane. Not because of giving him the World Cup. Harry Kane scored 6 goals at this World Cup. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. Harry Kane contributed to over 70 goals this season.
Yeah.
And peace at the World Cup. And I want to correct something. One of the colleagues there said Harry Kane has is close to Messi in the calendar year. And that's wrong.
Yeah, he scored 73 goals in the season, not in a calendar year, actually. Yeah.
Not for this year. For this year, he hasn't scored. He hasn't scored up to 50 yet, so he's still far off. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there. Do else keep the calls coming in. 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701-933-9962. Your favorite for the Ballon d'Or, Rodri, do you think he has a good shout after he did win the Golden Ball at the just concluded World Cup over there in the United States, Canada, and Mexico? And yeah, before we head over to talk about club football, okay, let's take this call first. Hello, caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think everyone in
Yeah, I agree.
this is NK calling from Liverpool.
Okay, NK, please go ahead.
Okay, I want to give my opinion concerning the Ballon d'Or. Yeah. Now, I don't know who will actually win it, but personally, for me, I feel 5 players should be included in that. This is my opinion on 5 players. Just like your colleague said, emotions, when you tell people to vote, emotions for which player. But for me, I feel Mbappe, Harry Kane, Olise, Messi, then Rodri. And my reason being that because, okay, Messi played in MLS. MLS is not a very strong league. But if you can come to the World Cup and perform like this at 39, you deserve a shout. Individually, Mbappe did very well, winning 3 golden boots in the year.
Oh, so sorry, network. Probably knocking you off there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still very much open for us to take your thoughts on the Ballon d'Or topic or the Ballon d'Or discussion. But guys, Fantino, we saw 48. We questioned it to Shah. Guys, did he look for I 10 best? I mean, a lot of us. Okay, like 2 people watched World Cups where finishing third allowed you to qualify from your group. I'm not that old. They know themselves here. But to a lot, it was like the first time they saw something like that happen. Since 1998, it's actually been 32 teams. Or is it 2002? Since 2002, yeah. Since 2002, it's actually been 32. Korea, Japan, it's actually been 32 teams. We saw 48. A lot of people felt a lot of games would be watered down, but maybe that wasn't necessarily the case. Maybe some games we didn't really necessarily want to watch, but like it's the World Cup, every game you're the only one and the only person or the only 2 teams being watched at every point in time, except for the final group games. Now, the next World Cup will be played in 6 different countries. We already know Morocco, Spain, and Portugal are the official hosts. But due to the centenary celebration of the World Cup, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina will host 1 match.
And they've not qualified.
And they've qualified because of that. But here's the problem. 64 teams. How does that happen? Like, how does... I mean, you feel it's sort of waters it down? As Wenger came out to say, like, his inclusivity, trying to give everybody a chance. But, yeah. I mean... We saw Curaçao at the World Cup. No offense to Curaçao. They scored against Germany. All fine and good. It was a historic
And look at
moment.
the celebration.
And they collected 7 after. They did draw against Ecuador, so you might want to give them credit for that. But, I mean, we saw Curaçao. I don't think I want to see Nicaragua.
Cayman Island.
I don't think I want to see Burundi in the World Cup.
Cayman Island.
I don't even think I want to see Thailand in the World Cup. So, I mean, do you think there's a big or huge problem with something like this or another increment happening in the World Cup? Do you think it's too quick? I mean, let's enjoy and sort of soak in the 48-team World Cup, which will probably happen by the next World Cup before we now think of actually expanding. Do you think it's a one-time thing just for the centenary celebration and all that stuff?
I don't think it's going to be a one-time thing. Yeah, I expected this 64 because if you look at how the 48 went, round of 32, you would just know that FIFA would look for a way to make sure that it balances the equation so that the left-hand side will also be equal to the right-hand side.
How is it making... Because it's Super Eagles and Cameroon don't qualify. What about if you don't qualify even when it's 64?
Hey. Okay, if Nigeria doesn't
Ghana
qualify,
did not qualify for a 24 team AFCON.
now you can't bring 64 slots and the Super Eagles of Nigeria will not qualify. Do you know what that means?
It's possible now.
No, do you know what that means?
But it's possible.
It's not possible.
No, it's possible.
Very,
not
very
possible.
possible.
And I'll tell you, the thing is that all countries cannot qualify, even if it's 100. There will always be teams. There will always be those big names that will not make it to
don't
the
see
World Cup.
Super Eagles finish now. Say
I'm not saying they cannot qualify. I'm saying it's possible they may not qualify.
Super Eagles will qualify.
And
Because see, look at this particular World Cup. Did you see that the Super Eagles of Nigeria would have qualified with their eyes closed? They did was playing the game with their eyes closed. That was what they did. So they could just rest half of the qualifiers and wake up in the other half of the qualifiers and qualify. That's for 48 teams.
Okay.
We woke up 2 games to the end of Group C, and we found ourselves in the African playoffs. Imagine if that was 64 and 2 teams, because with that, I think the slots for Africa will be increased from possible.
But don't you think
10.
it's too much? I mean, there are 211 FIFA nations. There are 211 FIFA nations. So if 64 qualify, you're talking about 30%. 30%.
Now, see what I'm saying here. I knew that it was going to head to 64 because the qualification factor into the knockout stages. You could see that we had the whole top 8 best losers or top 8 third place teams.
Yeah.
FIFA wants it now to be a direct qualification into the round of 32, having the 2 table toppers. It's just the best way. Because there is what third place best team, 8 third place best team does to the credibility of any tournament. And FIFA knows that. There is what it does to the credibility of any tournament. You can see it. It plays out everywhere. It's just like what we are going to be seeing in, I think that should be the AFCON 2027, where we'll have 28.
No, CAF has actually
returned it
has
to 24.
debunked that, that it's actually false news
now,
that is actually still going to be 24.
If it works, that it will be 28 teams, that's what I'm saying. That's if it works, that it will be 28 teams. In no time, you will see CAF move it to 32. So that you can have a natural qualification into the round of 16. You understand what I mean? So now when you put best third place team, it turns the entire chemistry of the game, because too much of permutations, too much of calculations would actually turn the game to look more like it's being fixed. Yeah, so FIFA knows that. So I didn't see it being too far that FIFA will move to 64 teams. I expected it to come through. You asked about, sorry, before you come in, you asked about if it is advantageous to the entire football fraternity. I think it is. A lot of persons will look at it and say, I don't want to be seeing teams like Curacao, I don't want to be seeing teams like Uzbekistan come to the FIFA World Cup. But have you thought about what coming to the FIFA World Cup would do for a team like Capo Verde? You're going to see Capo Verde in the forthcoming AFCON, the 2027 AFCON, and you will be surprised at what the World Cup could do for a team like Capo Verde. Uzbekistan goes back to Europe and will become a force to be reckoned with, because now they've gotten to the biggest of stages.
Asia,
there is what...
actually.
Okay, they play in Asia, not even Europe. Okay, so now, I thought they played...
They play in the AFC. They play in the Asia.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan is a European.
Is in Europe. That's what I'm. Yeah. I know, because I know they didn't qualify. It's Azerbaijan I mistook for Uzbekistan in Europe, because I know I saw Azerbaijan in Europe. I think against Romania in the qualifiers. So now, see, Uzbekistan goes back to Asia, and they have that motivation that we've been to the biggest of stages. There is something it does to the psyche of both the administrators, both the footballers, both the entire football setup right there in Uzbekistan. And that is what FIFA is trying to achieve. In no time, you will see the likes of Uzbekistan, Capo Verde, Curacao, Panama. You will see them push so hard, and you'll be so surprised. Now, that is collective growth. More persons are growing instead of leaving it circling around the same kind of persons. Because if you want to leave 24 teams, 32 teams, you always have Brazil, you always have Argentina, you always have Germany, you always have France, you always have England. These teams will always come. You will not know and can never know that maybe a certain Capo Verde could hold Spain to a barren draw, you would not know that a certain Capo Verde could look at the defending champions and almost knock them out in one of the knockout rounds. It's when you expand things like this that you see the brilliance of some of these, or hidden talents of some of these countries. So I think for me, it's a welcome development for me. It's something not really bad.
See, quickly, I feel that reason why we will be seeing more teams into integrated into the World Cup is first for marketing purposes. FIFA needs money, viewership. Now, let's say Cabo Verde against Spain, right? They played Spain and they held Spain to a goalless draw. Ordinarily, how many Cabo Verdeans would go to the World Cup? There will not be many, because probably their nation did not qualify. Those that will be watching live are probably those that have qualified. I'm sorry, those that live in, let's say, US, or where the match is taking place. That's number one. And maybe the other set of people. But because Cabo Verde qualified, the stadium will be filled with new faces. More money comes into the pocket of FIFA. Now, look at how much FIFA made for just this World Cup in terms of viewership. That's because new teams were brought into the World Cup. So part of the reason why, I know you want to give other nations, the smaller nations, opportunity for them to be playing in the World Cup. Yeah, that's fine. But the other side why FIFA are actually implementing this thing is because of the money that is going to be coming from the viewership. I feel that is it. But we are looking at FIFA is just looking at one direction. We want to make more money. We want to bring in people into the... But see, the players' welfare is another case. The players' health is another case. Because the more matches you play, the more players get to be on the pitch. Now, the Premier League or the bigger leagues in Europe are starting soon. Let's say a couple of weeks from now. These players are starters in their regular teams. Now, they've played the Premier League. Most of them played in the Champions League final. They are now going to resume. They are going to have at least a week, or let's say 2 weeks holidays. They are now going to be playing 38 games in their league, Champions League inclusive, Carabao Cup inclusive, FA Cup inclusive. So FIFA, for me, I feel FIFA are looking at it on one direction, on a selfish note. But these players are human beings, are not machine. Yeah, you want more money into the FIFA's pocket. Yes. But look at the effect on the players that are actually prosecuting these games. So I feel it's a major, yes, FIFA are actually doing this. Maybe we are looking at it to say, yes, maybe Super Eagles will qualify when it is 64 teams, when it is 100 teams. Yes, good and fine. But like Victor said, we might not qualify. That's a topic for another day. But see, more money, more problems for the players. I feel this season, coming into this season, we are going to be having lots of injuries because these players have not rested.
Do you actually think that it's a figment of the fact that the World Cup was moved to 48 teams? That's the reason why the players... Now, with 48 teams, did you play more matches?
Yes.
Do you play too much of matches?
You played more matches.
It's just one more match. The World Cup used to be a tournament of 7.
When your body... Now, let me tell you as an athlete now.
The World Cup used to be a tournament of 7 games.
Yes.
But this World Cup was just a tournament of 8.
Good.
The same thing will be when it's 64.
Osas, when your body is tired, extra 1 second breaks you down.
I'm trying to establish something
is
here.
enough. One game is enough to get you an ACL out of the season.
I'm trying to establish something here. Is FIFA to blame?
Yes.
Is the World Cup to blame for the fatigue on players?
Yes.
Club sides are part of it. Don't forget.
That's what I'm saying.
Club sides are part of it.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's not
now
FIFA's,
the Champions League.
fault.
Now let's look at how many games these players get to play.
The
workload in the club side is already too much for the players. Why bring in an extra game?
Hold on. Football is a very commercial entity.
That's
right
what
now.
I'm saying. FIFA
Now,
is doing this for the money.
No, are you? No, that's what I'm trying to correct. You are blaming, or that's what I'm trying to emphasize. Sorry, you are blaming FIFA for it. Not be only FIFA.
I am
not
saying
be FIFA they do.
no.
Not
See,
be FIFA they do Champions League.
Osas,
Not be FIFA they
Osas,
do
let's look at it.
EPL.
Osas, who owns a player? The club or the national team?
The player owns himself.
No,
He
no,
only,
I'm talking
he only
about
renders his service for.
No, see, you're not. The club owns a player 100%. That's why
service.
if a player,
You render
if
your
the
service.
club decides not to allow the player go to the national team,
No. There are laws that hold
yes,
back
but
the club.
the club has.
That's why I said
the club has more rights.
See, no, wait. The club is your employer. That's why I said the player owns himself. Now he be human being. Now he gets him emotion. See,
Osas,
a player can decide.
Osas,
See, now hold
we've
on now.
seen in the Unity Cup.
A player can.
In the Unity Cup, the club decides. What's the name of that Super Eagles player that the club decided not to allow him prosecute?
Zadok.
Yes,
Johanna.
Zadok. Yes.
See, hold on now.
Now-
See, Zadok Johanna is a different case.
Is he not a player?
No,
Why
no,
is he a different
listen
case?
now, listen
Is he
now.
not owned by a
Listen
club?
now. The quality and
No,
pedigree
but clubs
of
are,
the Unity
but
Cup
clubs are mandated
are
for
mandated
FIFA,
for FIFA.
license
Yes,
competitions.
so
that you have
the
to
pedigree
Good.
of
Now,
Unity
if
Cup.
the club decides that this player is not fit enough, that's bringing an excuse. This player is not fit enough. You and I know that this player is fit, but the club tells you that this player is not fit. We've seen instances. We've seen instances where. No, I'm coming. Let me finish
just
first.
clear one thing up. It's within the rights of the national team
Yes,
to still call
to
up that
call
player,
up that player and have their medical
and have a
assessment.
look at that player.
Now
before
we've seen
deciding what to do.
situations where club tells you that this player is not fit to
No,
prosecute the
nah.
national team, and the next, especially Arsenal last season, they'll tell you Gabriel has a knock.
No, nah. This
and the following week, you see Gabriel on the
put
pitch.
on your battery now. They have put on your battery.
Oh.
Now see, let me let you.
No,
understand
Osas,
something.
I'm bringing out a point.
There is no. See, at that period of I don't know what was that period. What was that period? Was it something really, really important?
That was the national team call up for Brazil.
For friendly win. That's a friendly window now.
It does not mean it's a FIFA window.
Yeah, it's a FIFA window. But
Yes.
see, let me let you understand something. Those players.
Saka pulled out
those
of the
players
Three
had
Lions team
Yeah.
that he had a
Merino.
back injury.
Yes.
The next week, he was playing.
See.
And you and I know that a back injury cannot go for 7 days.
See now.
So now the club has
it's-
decided to pull this player out.
It's a gentleman agreement.
Another excuse don't
Club,
come.
Country.
Another
No,
English
but
don't
see,
enter.
What I'm saying here is that we should not blame FIFA for let me establish
why
something.
Why
Let me
I brought
establish
out
something.
no, I'm coming. Let me finish my point, Osas. Why I brought this out is that see, if a player is injured, you send the player back to the club, and FIFA pays stipends on the player.
Mm-hmm.
Good. What does that tell you? The club side of the code of the player owns the player because the player is under a I'm coming, Osas.
You be my employer, you know.
No,
own me,
I'm
oh.
coming. Osas, you work for Today FM.
Uh-huh.
You under a contract for Today FM.
Yes.
Good. Now, there are some places you want to go to. Today FM will tell you that don't go to that place.
Within the confinement
because
of our contract or agreement.
You
don't expect
that
them
is
to
what
tell me
I'm
that this
coming.
is the woman you should marry.
No,
and this is the one you should not
Osas,
marry.
you know that is not what we are saying. You know that's not what we are saying. Now, there are some places that you know that if you go there, you'll be under scrutiny,
Mm-hmm.
especially without the permission of your employer.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, ordinarily you want to go there. You have a very genuine reason to go there. But your employer tells you that, tell them you are working. You and I know that day, you can be chanced to go. You're not working. But because you are under a contract, you decide to still fall and say, men are no vex, so I dey work today. You and I know that you're not working. But because you want to keep a clean slate with the employer, we've seen some clubs that tell you not to go to the national. If you go, Mikel will be example. You will lose your place in the nation in the club side.
See, and we've also seen
back
situations.
to what I'm saying.
We've also seen situations
I'm
where
coming.
players.
Osas, you're
go
not letting
ahead.
me.
No,
You're not letting me
I'm
finish
trying-
my
I'm trying
point.
to make-
No, let me
establish-
finish my point
I'm
before
trying to
you
something.
establish your point.
There are players who have also left against the will of the club side,
Good.
and nothing happened.
I'm saying, see, it depends on the club. Mikel Obi left and went for the Olympics, if you can remember, the Beijing Olympics. He lost
Beijing Olympics in
2016 Rio.
Okay.
Yes, Antonio Conte. He lost his place in the team. Now, my point is this. See, the national team can decide to call you up.
But the Olympics
and
is
the
not.
coach,
But the Olympics is not a FIFA approved competition. So clubs are within their rights to stop you from.
we've even seen in friendly games.
My issue
that
now
club
is-
will tell you, oh God, this game is not really necessary. You have an important game for the club next week. Stay put.
My issue now, Benjamin, I don't know if you would now allow me speak. My issue here is we are now digressing even a bit. We are going towards.
No, I'm trying to tell you that the
player
workload for the club side, in the club side for the players, are already
But
too
can you stop?
much.
Can you stop a player from going to the FIFA World Cup? A player that his country has qualified. Can you actually stop them?
You cannot.
Then you might as well stop every other player.
No,
in
I'm
your
not.
team.
See,
So, but Henry, this is what
No,
I'm
you
trying
can't.
to.
You
Henry,
can't.
no, I'm
Technically,
not
you
saying.
can't.
I'm not saying you can't.
This is what I'm trying
But
to
I'm
establish
saying
here.
FIFA increasing the number
But
of
it's still 8 games.
participants.
It's still 8 games. It's still 8 games.
It's still 8 games.
It's still 8 games.
It's not 8 games.
It's
It's
8.
eight.
It's
It will
8.
still be
Round
8
of
games.
64 will still be
Just
8.
no third best losers. will
Now,
qualify.
Henry, like I'm saying that, see, the competition level and the amount of games they've played in their club sides. Now, if you
No,
calculate,
now,
wait, now,
that's what I'm
Sas,
saying.
wait,
You are
now.
blaming FIFA for
Or Sas,
waiting no
wait.
concern FIFA.
No, wait. If you calculate the amount of games that an EPL player plays for the season, it's almost 60 games.
Then Arsenal might
Now,
as well not release Rice or Saliba.
I'm coming. Now, 60 games. You go ahead, qualify for the World Cup, good and fine. You were called up for the national team. Now, you've played, example, Declan Rice. The man had no business to play some games 90 minutes. The man is born out. Look at the way he's playing. His body language that this guy don't drain. He's drained already. Now, the man, at most he's going to have 2 weeks of holidays. He comes back to the Arsenal team. 2 weeks is not enough for you to be fresh coming into the season.
Well, I said you rest him till October.
Exactly, that's the point. Now the club is now losing.
See, I am not disputing what you are saying.
So
now,
increasing the games for FIFA World Cup to 1 extra game.
See,
it's enough for this player
please,
to have an ACL to get you out of the season.
See, you cannot blame FIFA for that. You can't blame FIFA for that at all. Now listen, players demand for more.
But Benjamin, just quickly before you continue, Benjamin, there will be no 1 extra game. Please, let's
No,
no one extra game.
I'm saying the FIFA World Cup before now was 7, right?
It will still be 8.
Now this is 8.
Yes.
Good. My own is we are now moving from 7 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
It's still the same thing.
Now, see,
plus 1 game.
Let me come in
right?
now. Let me come in now.
It's still the plus 1 game. What I'm saying is that plus 1 game is enough to make this player go a career-ending injury.
I don't think is enough.
Because your body has not rested enough.
See what I'm saying. Listen, players are demanding more. Football is a commercial institution right now. Every day it continues to grow. Football is a commercial institution right now. The way football was in the early 90s is not the way football is right now. So much of demands. You can see the transfer market is over bloated. A player who is an average player can now be sold for £120 million. It's what football is right now. So everybody, the only way you can meet up is for you to improve, upgrade, continue to expand. That's how it is. See, in the early 90s, was Manchester United not involved in the English Premier League, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, as well as the UEFA Champions League? Were they not involved? Were the players not still going to the FIFA World Cup? They were going to the FIFA World Cup. Yes, I know that games will increase, but you cannot blame FIFA for it. Neither can I blame UEFA for it. Because now, they have been pushed to the wall. They have a lot being demanded from them because they need to keep up. They are the ones regulating the game of football. Now they need to keep up. A lot is now on their shoulders. Do you understand what I mean? So now it's not a FIFA problem. FIFA will not say because players are playing more. Instead, what they should do is look for other avenues to settle this thing. If you're going to increase the number of players that could see off a season for a team, fine, increase it. So that teams can begin to have first 11, second 11, and even third 11 in a particular team. So that now you have good squad rotation. That is why some teams know how to handle their players and you will not see injuries come because they know how to rotate squads. Very, very true. But that does not off the fact, that does not abuse the fact, that does not contradict the fact that football grows every day and you need to grow with football. And the way you have to grow with football is bringing in a more inclusive environment, inclusivity. Now, Benjamin stated something for a fact. FIFA, in as much as they are looking at inclusivity, they are also looking at making profit financially from various tournaments. And the World Cup was one of it. He made mention of something. Capo Verde coming in, Curacao coming in, you have more viewership. Yeah, because of your fans. But that's not the only thing. Why do you think FIFA was, a lot of persons had that controversy that FIFA was protecting some big teams not to go out early? Because there is still what the big teams will bring that these smaller teams cannot bring. It's a process. It's growing. So if we are demanding more, we must make sure that we'll also be able to cover for those demands. Where do you expect FIFA to continue to get big monies that they give to the confederations? I think when they go gift CAF million, they gift UEFA billion. They find some billion give to the people in Asia. Everybody will be smiling. Komobo, they give them billion. Everybody will be smiling. Where do you think FIFA is getting all those monies from? It is all of this. The players should not complain. Yeah, I know they are humans, but you are the two, and now it's being required that the two has to put in more. That's what it is. So I think at this point, if I was to speak to Gianni Infantino, I should be telling him, Oga, look for avenues that you can use. I cannot stop you from expanding. I cannot stop you from trying to make more money. We saw in the FIFA World Cup, cooling break. Now we have 2 cooling breaks within 2 different halves. If it increases to 64 teams, we might have 3 cooling breaks. It could be every 5 minutes or every 7 minutes. It's possible. Are we
will you want to watch that sort of football?
Are you going to frown at it? But if the money no day for FIFA to continue to improve football, all of us will still complain. So they are doing it right now for that particular reason. We saw the World Cup. A lot of persons complained. But see, whenever you bring something new, people will always object. I hope we believe. We all believe, Abi. In the next 2 or 3 World Cups, the cooling break now will become something that has come to stay. In fact, when they remove it, Benjamin here will still be the one to complain. Why would they come out cooling break? It's very, very factual. That's how humans are. You see 64 teams. We are all shouting, never. But I put it to you that in the next 3 World Cups, if FIFA decides to say, please, we want to go back to 32, we'll have an opera, we'll have a protest saying, leave it at 64. We have come to enjoy 64 teams playing the FIFA World Cup. It's not because, why are you saying because? It's not because,
my own
see,
is
even
that,
this 48, I put it to you that the 2030 World Cup, Super Eagles will qualify. Even if it's 32, we have learned our lessons. We will qualify.
Henry, take it to the bank.
Are you not seeing the dividends of the lessons that we have learned right now in Scotland?
Henry, the next World Cup is 2030. Mark it from now to 2028. You see what magic NFF will come up with. They sack a chair in 2028, and they bring in a technical.
See, I saw something. I saw. No. The only way we can start.
Then the next thing, we will be here to watch Afghanistan playing in the World Cup.
The only way we can start Eric Chell is, I saw something. Javi Hernandez said he wants to coach an AFCON side.
Wow.
Or an Asian side.
Wow.
So if Javi Hernandez,
you think it's not beyond the realm of possibility? Vieira is about to be named the
coach of Senegal.
Senegalese coach.
But do you think you are organized enough as a federation as a country to actually if it's about Xavi being interested based on the talents we have,
it's fine.
Yes, there's a but does your federation have the decency? I mean, if your federation,
the money.
No, it's not about money.
Don't say money.
I mean, it's not even about.
We're dishing out $5,000 right now.
Sometimes
the free medal one in Scotland.
Before you know they don't owe Amigo.
Sometimes it's not really about money. Based on law.
Money.
Funny enough, based on law, the French national team coach cannot earn more than 450,000 euros a year. So it's not really about money. Now it's about, are you serious? I mean, are you? Michael Evedalo was like, paraphrasing, I was stayed by white. Saudi Arabia. So Sheyi Olofijana called them unserious people. So Do you think such a project will entice somebody like Xavi? But that being the case, even if Shell doesn't win the 2027 and 2028 AFCON, he will not get sacked because finally it looks like we are building something. But I mean, let's head over to the phone lines to get to hear your thoughts before we head over to talk about Manchester United. Yes, do you want to see a 64-team World Cup by 2030? 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And this one from the WhatsApp portal says, from Chimobi says, I don't understand who is putting Yamal there. I beg, how many trophies did Messi win in 2014 when he won the Ballon d'Or? None. And that's from Chimubi. I'm giving his thoughts there from the WhatsApp portal. And this one says, good afternoon, my presenters. My name is Chidi OBJZ, aka Bonanza Bless God. Okay. About the topic on the ground, the Spanish national team that won the World Cup was based on individual performance. If you guys are dragging Yamal on this, what about Marco Correa, who also performed better? So Hurricane is the best for me. Thank you so much, Chidi, for your thoughts there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. Phone line is open 0810-951-0951. SMS and WhatsApp also is 0701-933-9962. Yes, this is still today's Sports Live on your Premium Talk News and Sports Radio Station, Today 95.1 FM, and you're still listening to the voice of Harry Google. I have Benjamin Mina, Victor Israel, and the demigod in the world of sports, Osage Henry, here with me in the studio. And guys, let's head over to talk some club football. There are a lot of transfers happening, I know, but let's just dissect some things a little bit. We will still talk transfers still in a way as regards this, but I mean, the first point of call has to come from Manchester United. First off, it's a general question. Do you think, finally, since Alex Ferguson, Manchester United can achieve some longevity when it comes to the manager in charge? Now, the man was given a 2-year contract after winning 12 of his 17 games in charge last season when he came in on a interim basis. A 2-year contract. And I'm going to ask that question. Do you think he can stay beyond 2 years? Osas, yes or no?
You mean Michael Carrick?
Yeah.
I think he can. I think he can.
Do you think he will?
He will. Yes, he will.
Benjamin, do you think he will?
Well, I think with the progress he's made, going into last season, Manchester United didn't have hope. And, before he came in, the man turned the table around, turned the tide around. We were thinking that these players were bad until Carrick came in and turned the tide around. So I feel that...
So you guys are basically basing it on the fact he turned it around.
Yes, right? Definitely. That's the more reason why he got the job.
But okay, he got the job. But now, what is your reason for basing the fact you feel he will have that longevity? He will stay more than 2 years and he could probably be the man to finally bring the Premier League title.
I feel continuity. I think continuity is one thing. United have been unstable for...
What about if you don't sign the right players?
I'm coming. My first point is continuity. right? Majority of the players that he used in achieving this feat during his interim status as the club manager, they are still there. You know, you just have to add, if you get the right players in the right position, play the right, what's it called, the formation and tactics that are going to be favorable to these players. You know, part of the reason why United didn't flow under Amorim was the fact that they were playing the wrong, with the wrong tactics with the players. Now, you can't play a three-man backline with Harry Maguire that is not quick. That's number one. What's it called? Lisandro Martinez, the quickest of them all, is injured. And two young centre backs. So that are new to the league. So I feel that, it's about playing the right tactics. That's number one. Number two, doing what you were doing last season and getting the right players, playing them in the right position and getting the right tactics that are going to be suitable for these players. That's the reason why he got the job in the first place. So for me, I think if these three things are put together, I feel that the man is going to be beyond, he's going to be at Manchester United beyond that 2 years. United have been looking for a manager that will stabilize the ship for a very long time. They got Amorim. They got a couple of managers that didn't work out. Now they've seen a manager that knows the club in and out and just came in and changed little thing. Bruno Fernandes is the most creative player in that team. Why play him deep just like Amorim? Play him behind the striker and you're going to get the best out of the man. Play in Kobe Mino with experienced leg like Casemiro. That's just the thing that the man did. Ahmad was playing at some point, was used as a wing back. No, that's under Amorim. Now the man came and changed little things and boom, United became a team that qualified for the Champions League ahead of Liverpool. So I feel that I feel that the man is going to stay there beyond 2 years.
Okay. You asked why I feel he would succeed. I think for me, Michael Carrick will succeed because he knows Manchester United. He has a very, very clear knowledge of Manchester United. He has the DNA. You can't be in a place for 12 years plus and you don't have their DNA in you. According to you, their DNA. Yes, so you can't. He has been there for too long to not understand what Manchester United is all about, and that's exactly what he did coming in. He brought that deep club alignment back into Manchester United. Ruben Amorim brought chaos, brought Wala to Manchester United. A lot of the players did not understand exactly what he wanted to put forward. Some of them looked at it and said, this is not what we have come all the way to understand about Manchester United. And that was one huge reason why he failed there. But for Michael Carrick, he did everything so simple. He brought in simplicity. That tactical simplicity. No do too much. Sometimes when you do too much, you end up doing nothing. How do they speak it in English again? Too many cooks spoil the broth. Yes. So when you decide to do too much, you might end up doing nothing at all. And that's what this young man, Michael Carrick, came in to do. Just brought simplicity. Just like what Benjamin said. Took Bruno Fernandes from playing a deep line playmaker into an advanced role where he became, his creativity was basically unlocked. Stop all those wing back things and brought everybody into. Ahmad had to start operating not more offensively than being defensive as it used to be before. That cultural stability, he brought it in there. There was unity in the dressing room. He immediately had the dressing room in his favor. And it will continue. Anybody coming in right now, you are coming into a dressing room that is united. So you're not going to form factions, neither would you join factions. You're coming in and they're telling you, hey, see, now like this, we do one for here. Behave. You will behave. Everybody wants to play for Michael Carrick. So I think Carrick, he has shown the entire Manchester United faithfuls. He had shown even the enemies of Manchester United that he has what it takes to tinker this team to greatness. Where did he finish on the table?
Finished third.
He finished third on the table. So where did the champions of the world finish? So now, see, that's just on a lighter note anyway, but it's clear evidence.
Trouble.
They finish outside the world. Outside the world.
So it's clear evidence that this man can do more than what you could expect. He's back in the Champions League. The only reason for concern that we'll be having right now is more games for him to see through. But it doesn't still change the entire setup. I believe Michael Carrick is the man for Manchester United, and they did or took the right decision putting him there, and he will definitely be staying for seasons to come.
I mean, Victor, we've been talking about signings and how key the signings will be and how important or how they could define Michael Carrick's stint at Manchester United. We talked about a lot of factors. The signings going into next season, Champions League, more games, you need a bigger squad, you need to rotate more. I mean, if Bruno is resting or not playing or isn't fit, who steps in? Okay, some say Mason Mount can actually step in, he's there. But we've seen them do business. Andre Santos, Yuri Tillemans coming in through that door. We're also hearing Manu Kone with reports also circulating about the fact that they are proposing a swap deal between Marcus Rashford and Manu Kone. But there are also talks of Carrick wanting to integrate Rashford back into the squad. Now, number one, how key will signings be for Manchester United? And do you think they've started on the right note with the signings they've made? And do you think maybe Rashford should be given another chance in that United squad?
Yeah, for Rashford, I think the man has done enough to get into that team again. He may not be that starter that gets to play week in, week out, but he will definitely be a good squad player. As regards the squad depth, he would come in handy when you look at what Marcus Rashford brings to the table, because he has that experience, Premier League proven. He's a serial winner. In any game, in any day, the man can actually step up and drag the team to get all 3 points, and that is what Manchester United do need. Because let's leave out the fact that Michael Carrick came in towards the tail end of the season and miraculously did a good job and got them into the.
You say miraculously.
Because the reason why I said miraculously is because if you look at what Manchester United fans had in mind, their expectations when Carrick came in was just try to see out the end of the season. Then by summer we should be getting a new manager that could get us back to the perch that we belong. But Carrick came in, beat the expectations, because no United fan saw themselves saw that club finishing third on the log. But Carrick came in and did the magic and got it, and did not just get United to the Champions League, he also got the permanent job, and that's something to celebrate there for the new Manchester United manager. But also we need to look at the fact that he has not done it before. He doesn't have that pedigree, he doesn't have the experience, he doesn't have the CV to back up the fact that yes, he can go on consistently. But the greatest of managers all started small, and for Carrick, I think this is the place to start, because you look at Mikel Arteta winning the Premier League last season. He started small. He started from being the number 2 man there in Manchester City under Pep Guardiola, and his first job was a big one, getting the job of coaching Arsenal. And the consistency, we've seen how it has paid off. The man is a Premier League winner. So Michael Carrick could use this as his own startup point. So for Manchester United, what he needs now is every ammunition he can get. Not just the new signings, but the fact that those that also understand not just the club, but also the Premier League. Michael Carrick would need the likes of Marcus Rashford. Some United fans could say, "Oh, we don't need the man because we've gone past Rashford, we've gone past players like that, his ego and all that. We need to build the team around another player, the likes of Cunha and the rest." But I feel what United needs now is everything. We saw the Alex Ferguson era. He didn't just rely on the brilliance of Cristiano Ronaldo and Wayne Rooney. He had other players coming in. There were times you could see the magic coming from even Park Ji-sung. There were times the magic came in from Louis Saha. There were times the magic came in from Carlos Tevez. What you just need is wherever you can get it, it propels you to the victory. What you need is let everyone be on their A game. Defenders scored goals during Ferguson's era. Even if you want to take a step away from Ferguson and look at Chelsea, then there were games that John Terry single-handedly won it for Chelsea. He just pops up with a header and that's it, 3 points bagged. Then he makes a goal line clearance and he shows up everything. So what United need now is the signings should come in. First, they need someone that could step into that defensive midfield mode. Because I feel once you have a defensive midfielder that helps you mop up everything at the back, then you have that license, you have that freedom, you have that that assurance that you could bomb forward and the back is it will be kept in check. You look at the success of Real Madrid during their Champions League back-to-back winning. You could see a prime Casemiro there, making sure that everything is being kept in check. You look at the Mourinho-led Chelsea success teams. They had defensive midfielders that could do the job. Even Leicester City that won the league miraculously then, they also had defensive midfielder that could do the job. So what United need now is that defensive midfielder that can help shore up things at the back. And I think for the likes of Manu Kone, Carlos Baleba, these are names that United have been linked in and around. But I feel if Manu Kone is available and he is not that expensive like the likes of Elliot Anderson, then United should be in and around him. They should be trying to get the man's signature because give or take, there are other clubs looking at him, and we saw what he played in the World Cup. He was a live wire in that France team, and several clubs need defensive midfielders. Liverpool are actually looking at Manu Kone also, and you know that when you look at the fact that this is a team that won the Premier League 2 seasons ago, he might be looking at it, oh, this team could actually pose a threat when it comes to the Premier League title. So maybe I could go this way. So United need to start and act fast. Then they also, I feel they also need a striker up there. We understand that Benjamin Sesko, he may not have played badly, but there are times when you get only one chance in a game. There are times when you just only that chance comes in and you take it and that's it. We saw it last season, the Arsenal game against Brighton, where Bukayo Saka had one chance in the 90th minute. He got that goal and that was it. The entire chances in the game fell to Brighton and they couldn't convert it. So what you need sometimes is just a finisher. If they could get a finisher in the mode of Hurricane, he gets in those goals and you don't really care if the chances come again because you know that you've gotten the important one. The defensive midfield, the defenders can actually hold their own to see out the game. So United do need, for me, they do need a finisher. And for the wing position, I feel, and the likes of Cunha might not be an out-and-out winger, but can dovetail and do those little jobs from the wing. You also have Mbeumo and Amad Diallo. These are wonderful options for Manchester United. I feel United do stand a chance of finishing top 4 again if everything just goes according to check. Though some fans are already calling out the fact that they feel that Carrick is just a fluke because of the first preseason game, losing that game to Wrexham United there, 1-0, and a lot of fans are already saying.
But they beat Rosenborg 5-0, and with a lot of academy graduates. Although it's just preseason, I don't take preseason seriously.
That's what I wanted to say because I don't really feel preseason for me does count because most of the players that get to play preseason at the end they all get loaned out and the big boys start coming into the game. I think for me the preseasons that actually do count are the ones that are played maybe 1 or 2 weeks before the start of the season because that is when you start seeing the regulars start coming in, and for teams that maybe will be playing in the Community Shield, their own preseason starts from the Community Shield there, because that is where you see them start to test run what they want to do in the new season. But for the startup of the preseason, you just see the young boys try to flex their muscles a bit. So for Manchester United, I feel this season there is a reason to be hopeful. There is a reason to believe that yes, they can actually get the job done. But I want to implore their fans not to expect a lot. They shouldn't expect to automatically become title contenders, but we shouldn't also take them out of the mix. There is still possible, but they shouldn't just place more emphasis on the fact that yes, they need to win a title. Let the rebuild process just go on gradually, and together maybe the glory days of United will actually come back.
Okay, so will we see the glory days of Manchester United with Michael Carrick at the helm of affairs? Do you think the man will have the longevity that United fans have been craving for managerially since Alex Ferguson? We've had the likes of Jose Mourinho, David Moyes, and co come into the fray, but still nothing has happened. United are still craving a Premier League trophy or title since 2013. Can they make it a possibility, or will Michael Carrick be able to do it? 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, and for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701 933-9962, and also your take on the transfer dealing so far for the club and Marcus Rashford. Do you think the man should be reintegrated, or do you think they should let the man go? Okay, let's take this message from the WhatsApp portal. It says, Henry Osas and the guys, good afternoon. My happiness about this whole Ballon d'Or is that God is using this past year to expose many people from when Messi wasn't winning international trophies. I hope that's what you meant to say. They called him international failure to when he started till he started winning, and they tagged it regain. Now, people saying Mbappe deserves the Ballon d'Or because the same... Okay, I'm struggling to actually... Now, people are saying Mbappe deserves the Ballon d'Or because... Now, he went on to say, people winning and they tagged it again. So now people saying Mbappe deserve to win the Ballon d'Or because these same people are saying Mbappe should win it based on his individual performance, right? The same people that are crying that Messi robbed Schneider of the award. Messi's own was even better than Mbappe. He won something for his club, while Mbappe at club had 0 trophies and at country 0 trophies. You didn't state your name, but your number ends with 1368. Please, while sending messages, please try to use proper punctuations and try to spell things out properly so it makes it easier for us to actually read your messages. And NS from Moji is asking if we want to watch Afghanistan versus India in the World Cup. And yes, I can give my own honest opinion and answer about that. I will not want to watch that game in the World Cup. I will. But funny enough, you could end up watching it and it turns out interesting and exciting in the World Cup. It's the World Cup, I mean, interesting things do happen in the World Cup, Benjamin.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Cabo Verde play out a goalless draw against Spain, which became eventually the world champions. We saw Curacao play out a draw against Ecuador. So these are things that do happen in the World Cup, and it's what makes the World Cup special. You know, over the years we've seen lots of surprises at the World Cup. You know, even if this one we're full of lots of surprises, but again, this is what makes the World Cup sweet, icing on the cake. when you see these surprise teams pull up surprise results against the big boys of the World Cup.
Okay, so I mean, will we be happy seeing a 64 team World Cup? 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951 and 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. And guys, let's head over to talk about City's or United's City rivals, and that's Manchester City. Well, I mean, Enzo Maresca officially unveiled. The man did have his first press conference during the week, and he did talk about a lot of things, the privilege it is replacing Pep Guardiola at Man City and all that stuff. And he did also talk about Rodri going for a surgery on an issue he has on his back, and there are also issues as regards the future of that man, Rodrigo Hernandez, because Real Madrid are lurking, and they say Perez is going on a full-on assault for the man. He has reportedly agreed personal terms with Real Madrid at this point in time. PSG are also said to have inquired about the man yesterday. But by the looks of things, Rodri is leaving because they also say he has informed the club, I want to go to Real Madrid. Real Madrid seems like the dream, although we don't know, can PSG come up with something to make him change his mind, like we're saying with Yandy Omande these days. But, I mean, first off, I mean, Benjamin, maybe not the position Maresca would have loved to be at the start of his journey as the head coach of Manchester City. You come in with the immense pressure of replacing Pep Guardiola, because I mean, trust me, it's almost like replacing Sir Alex Ferguson in Manchester United or replacing Jurgen Klopp in Liverpool in this 21st century. You're replacing Pep Guardiola in Manchester City, and all of a sudden, literally or arguably your best player, the one that makes the team tick, says he wants to leave. Not necessarily the start. Enzo Maresca would have been hoping to for life at Manchester City.
Yeah, it's always pressure from the manager when your best legs want to leave, and especially when you are new into the club. Looking at it, I knew that once Pep Guardiola leaves Manchester City, it's going to be exodus on the part of most players, and we've seen that though Bernardo Silva left on a free, but I believe that Bernardo Silva should have stayed if Pep Guardiola wanted to do extra 1 year. He should have talked him to sign a new deal or signing a new deal. But again, that's what you get when players get to coaches, the bigger coaches get to leave the club, and for Enzo Maresca, quite unfortunate. The likes of Rodri are looking at moving if the right offer comes. We hear Real Madrid are hovering around him like a kite that wants to pick up a cheek. So I feel that so sorry for the man. First off, so sorry for the man that is happening this early in his in his City career. But again, I like the fact that it's happening now, rather than when you've built the team around a particular player and the player wants to leave at that point in time, it becomes hectic, but again, this is the pressure of coaching a big team, and especially when the previous manager that was there had lots of success and has been there for a very long time, had lots of success, and you're coming to fill in that shoes. It feels you get to feel the pressure, and it feels too much for you. But again, it's something that Enzo Maresca could deal with. He's a young manager. The biggest job he has had is the Chelsea job, which he didn't do badly. I would say he didn't do badly because the man has had this coherence with the players. There's this balance in the team. The man is trying to find his rhythm before Chelsea showed him the exit door. So I feel that the man is going to do well. He just needs that little time. Yeah, he's got the game, the Community Shield first off to start with, the first competitive game to start with Arsenal. So that could give us a glimpse of how the man wants to set up his team, but quite unfortunate that his best legs are looking at leaving the club at this point in time, and especially the captain of the side, Rodri, that has just won the World Cup. But again, like I said earlier, it's better it's happening the early part of his reign rather than building up a team around the player, and the player tends to, want to leave, tell you I want to leave. But let's just see how it goes for the man. But I feel that the man is going to succeed with getting the right players. He has made a statement signing Elliot Anderson coming from Nottingham Forest for 112?
16 million.
Okay, 116 million pounds. You know, quite a huge one for him. That's one of the things that sets up the pressure. You know, we've seen the likes of what's his name, the English international Jack Grealish. You know, the man did not really cut it, and then went on loan to Everton. Had you know, I could say the man had a good loan spell at Everton, but again, if he doesn't perform, if he doesn't perform this season, the man could be leaving. But who knows? Enzo Maresca could, you know, turn the table around for the man, and the man could be a huge figure, you know, going into this season. Depends on what the club wants. If the club wants to sell him, but Enzo Maresca could, you know, turn the tide around, you know, for this player. We've seen players that will tell you, I want to stay and fight for my shirt, and eventually their career gets turned around and they become one of the key figures in that team. So for Enzo Maresca, too early for him to be losing his best players, but it's what I expected, you know, especially when the likes of Pep Guardiola leaves the team. But hopefully, the new signings that are coming in gets to put up a good performance, and maybe, just maybe, the man gets a sweet career at Manchester City.
Okay, let's see. Enzo Maresca in Manchester City. What is your take, or what are you expecting from that man? I mean, the man is having issues right now at this point in time. When you look at the fact that his midfield linchpin, Rodri, looks set to be a Real Madrid player, or is pushing for that move to Real Madrid. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. The number is 0701 933-9962. The phone line is open. Call in and your thoughts. The SMS portal is there. Send in your thoughts and we will read them as we do go through or run through the show. And this one from the SMS portal says, Mbappe has 0 trophies and can't win the Ballon d'Or. Messi has won the MLS Cup, reached the World Cup final, and MVP of the MLS. Highest goals or assists, definitely will win the Ballon d'Or. That's from Mark from PH. Mark, you're still tipping Messi in 2026 to win the Ballon d'Or. Okay, I love your confidence. The phone line is open. Call in and your thoughts, share your thoughts. But I mean, Benjamin, does Enzo Maresca succeed at Manchester City? I mean, especially on the back of the level of success that City has actually had over the last decade under Pep Guardiola.
Well, you know, the man currently lives had lots of you know, boots to fill in, had lots of legs to fill into the boot of Pep Guardiola. But one thing is, Enzo Maresca is not Pep Guardiola. Yeah, he studied under the man. He was his understudy. I'm talking about Enzo Maresca understudying Pep Guardiola. But again, I want to look at it as, if you get to, fans will be looking towards the directions, you know, because the man you're succeeding had lots of success in the club. But again, I feel that right now, I wouldn't say Manchester City is rebuilding. They're not really rebuilding. They're just trying to fill up those little positions, those key positions. Let's say two, three signings, and they're good to go. But for Enzo Maresca, will he succeed? I feel that, you know, with the players, if the players get to blend with what the manager brings to the table, and they want to play for the manager, just like the United players want to play for Carrick. If they bring their heart out and say, we want to play for our manager Enzo Maresca, back the man up, and you know, the club hierarchy backed him up, and then, you know, I feel that the man will succeed. But I'm not looking at immediate success. City has they've got experienced players into that team. You know, Yusko Vadiol is in that team. You know, players that have won the league a couple of times are in that team. Yeah, but I don't feel that the success is going to be immediate. Yeah, you could see they will qualify for the Champions League, definitely. They would stage a claim for the Premier League title, but I don't see it. I don't see them as a Champions League winner next season. They are competitors, you know. As long as you qualify for the Champions League and you're a big team, you're gunning for the title. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. The success will come, but I don't want to see it as immediate pressure. Yeah, we could see the what's his name now? The onslaught thing of last upper season, when he won the league in his first season. It could happen. This is football. It could happen because you don't know what to expect from Enzo Maresca going into Manchester City, going into his debut season for Manchester City. Yeah, at Chelsea, you know what to expect from the man. Yeah, at some point he became inconsistent. Good results were really turning out. But for Manchester City, it's a fresh start for him. You don't know what to expect from this man with these players. It could happen that in his first season he gets to win the league. But for me, I don't want to look at immediate success for Manchester City. I feel that if you can give Enzo Maresca 2, 3 years, 4 years, the man could turn City into champions again.
Okay, can Enzo Maresca follow up or continue in the footsteps of Pep Guardiola at Manchester City? And let's head over to talk about some transfers now and some of the burning things happening in the transfer window. And Victor, I'm coming over to you, and one of the issues has to be Rodri. All of a sudden, the man doesn't want to be a Manchester City player again. He feels he has won everything. And maybe you don't blame him. He has actually won everything winnable in Manchester City. He's won the Premier League title, won the Champions League. Some will say the Club World Cup. I think he has won the Club World Cup, if memories don't serve me right. What they term the Intercontinental Cup these days. Carabao Cup, FA Cup, Community. He's won it all. Like, he's won the World Cup, he's won the Euros. And some say it's just logical that Real Madrid always signed the star or the biggest or one of the stars of the World Cup. And Rodri seems to be the biggest star at the World Cup 2026 over there in USA, Canada, and Mexico. Now, first off, do you think this is the right move for this man to actually leave Manchester City and also Real Madrid? I mean, a player like Rodri, what does he bring to that side? Him going to Real Madrid, I mean, does it look like we're seeing this Madrid side go on a full-on assault and say, Barcelona, we're coming for you next season? Rodri, Yandy Omande, there also talks that they could still go for Michael Olise and make him the most expensive player, although you begin to fathom and think of how would that happen, especially when you spend, definitely Diomande and Rodri will probably combine fee of between 220 to 250 million euros to get both men through the door at Madrid. How feasible are these deals what's the possibility of these deals actually happening for Real Madrid, and what do you think they actually add to the Real Madrid squad?
When you look at what Rodri did during his time there at the World Cup, it just goes to show that yes, this man is undroppable. This man, he might not be that flashy. I think he reminds me of the days of Sergio Busquets, because you look at Busquets in that team. Busquets seems to be that that particular player you could say, oh, he is the least in this team, he is the least talented, but when you take him out of the team, you tend to see the lapses that you see the holes he was filling up. And that's what Rodri does to this Manchester City team, because it's no coincidence that people tend to term Manchester City losing a league title or losing games rather due to the absence of Rodri in that Manchester City team, because you look at what he does. I feel he is that glue that holds the midfield and tries to keep them in check and also protects the defense, because having a good defensive midfielder, just as we earlier talked about today, having a good defensive midfielder is very, very vital when you look at any successful team. Then you look at what Real Madrid do need. I think they need to replace someone in the mode of Toni Kroos, because Toni Kroos leaving that team, he was that deep line playmaker, that man that could actually hold his own. He's not that you could say that demon destroyer that stops attacks, but he has that eyes for the pass. Rodri is no way close to what Toni Kroos does in terms of his passes, but Rodri can give you a balance of both. The balance of being a good defensive midfielder, one of the best arguably now, and also a good passer of the ball. He has that experience, just as you said. He is well sought after, a man that has won the Premier League. He has won everything. He has won the Champions League, he has won the World Cup, and it comes with a wealth of experience. He has also won the greatest individual football award, that's winning the Ballon d'Or there. So he is a man with wealth of experience, and going to one of the, if not the best team in the world, Real Madrid, at this point, going to be coached by a manager that actually knows in and out of football, a manager that has the wealth of experience too. So I feel he's that missing piece that Real Madrid do need. If Real Madrid gets the signing of Rodri and maybe fail to get the signing of Yan Diomande, believe me, it will still be termed as a success because we could get young wingers that could maybe do the job there. There is Adagula in that team.
You see, the Diomande deal is almost because even PSG are not willing to match the offer, and Madrid are coming back. Reports have it from Spain. They've come back with a 120 million euros offer to Leipzig, and it looks like it's almost done and dusted.
I think Diomande actually made. He wanted to try to make the job easy for Paris Saint-Germain.
But do you think the man is confused at this point?
I don't think he's confused. This is just a young lad that wants to play for the Paris Saint-Germain team, and he felt RB Leipzig were trying to inflate the offer. So he wanted to step in. There were reports that he wanted his future to be sorted out even before the start of the World Cup, and that wasn't the case. Then during the World Cup, they said he wanted everything done and dusted so that he could concentrate on his duties there for the Ivorians. But that wasn't the case. Then at some point he came out to say what he said about choosing Paris Saint-Germain ahead of every other suitors that came around. But we saw how Paris Saint-Germain, they are not willing to pay 120 million for a 19-year-old. They are not willing to pay that. Maybe if they make their sales, maybe after selling Gonzalo Ramos and Kang In Lee, they are also looking at letting go of Bradley Bacola. Maybe after then, they would have just come to the table to say, oh, we could do this. Maybe we could get a compromise. But Diomande, Leipzig on the other hand are looking at, we want the highest bidder to get it. So you coming out to say you want to pick this particular club, that was what chased Liverpool out of the deal, because they felt while going for Liverpool were ready to pay 100 million plus, maybe not 120 million, but they would have come to terms at some point because they sent in 2 bids that were rejected. But for the man coming out to say what he said, Liverpool felt, oh, we could go for other options. So for Real Madrid, I think if they do want him, if they do get him, then I think they're already shutting out the door of Michael Olise. Because you look at Michael Olise, he will be...
What about Vinicius leaves, which looks like it could be an eventuality this summer?
Then
next summer.
If Vinicius leaves this summer, then I feel that is where Diomande goes in, because primarily Diomande is a left winger. He has spent most of his good times playing from the left wing. Maybe you could say sometimes he makes cameos, maybe few appearances from the right wing position, but primarily he's a left winger that loves crossing the ball into the box. So, but he's naturally a right footer, and that is what Real Madrid does lack, an attacker that is left-footed. So, but I don't see Real Madrid rather getting Olise in the same window and also getting Diomande, then pulling out a Rodri deal. So because you look at those 3 deals, will be getting you close to 400 million, and Real Madrid do not want to be looked at.
They could offload players now. I mean, Tchouaméni or Camavinga could be leaving. You could get a good offer for, okay, let's say Vini leaves. You could get a good offer for Vini at the end of the day. And you can't tell, maybe because of that, one of Diaz, Gula or Mastantuono goes on the transfer list or on the shopping window.
I think whatever they do sell, they I don't see them making 300 million from their sales, because you look at Camavinga. Camavinga came into that team on the back of his good performance there at
Stade
Rennais, and at some point he was valued at 100 million. But currently now I don't see Camavinga leaving for even 90 million. Then you look at Tchouaméni. The man just recently signed a new deal. And
there are reports United are trying to size up if he can be a potential signing for them.
I think maybe for Tchouaméni, that is where they could rake in the money, because you just gave someone a deal while at the World Cup, 5 years deal while at the World Cup, then getting the transfer for him. They could say maybe 120 million, and maybe United gets that. Then for Vinicius Junior, you look at the fact that his age is not, he's not that 24-year-old, 25-year-old that you could say, okay, coming into the Premier League, he has about 5 to 6 years to play. But this is a man that is getting close to 30. Maybe he gives you his best 4 years in the Premier League, but he won't be coming into the Premier League for let's say 100 million. So for Real Madrid, it's still possible that they could get in these deals, but at the same time, we also need to look at the fact that building a star-studded squad based on superstars, because when you look at Real Madrid, this is a superstar team. Yesterday, while looking at something on the internet, I saw the list of their players, and it's looking like a dream team, a dream league team, a dream team, and you are like, it's like you playing a game. You see the star-studded players, the likes of Trent Alexander-Arnold. There are some star players that might not even get a run into the squad. So for Real Madrid, I feel the missing piece here currently is that defensive midfielder that gets to start week in, week out, without being faulted, without being looked at to say, oh, we feel he's not good enough. They could say maybe Camavinga is not good enough for this Real Madrid team. They could say maybe Tchouaméni is not giving that top level performance week in, week out. You can't make the same case for Rodri. But for Rodri leaving Manchester City at this point, it's like you saying Haaland leaving the team. And you start looking for who gets to finish those chances and all that. So, but for Real Madrid, I think Barcelona needs to just look at what Real Madrid are doing, because Real Madrid are getting signings of they are getting signings of the likes of Ibrahima Konate and Dumfries. Why Barcelona are getting the signings of Karim Adeyemi? I think the only thing that will make Barcelona get an edge over them is the playing style. Because when you look at the playing style, I always ask that question. I'm not really a lover of the La Liga, but I always ask that question: why is it that when it comes to the El Clasico, Barcelona tends to always get an edge? Then this World Cup actually answered that question when I watched the semi-finals of the Spain against France. It was the France team looked like the Galacticos, and the Spanish team looked like the Barcelona team, because you just look at the star-studded squad, then you look at the playing style. These other teams are known for their technicality. These other teams are known for their talents and all that. So what Real Madrid does need is a structure. Once the structure is there, the star-studded players, everything just comes into play, and the synergy is there. You start seeing the results. Then we can even get to see a more fierce La Liga to watch, not one where you see Barcelona just waiting to get a point to be confirmed the La Liga champions even before the end of the season.
Okay, now Benjamin, do you think Barcelona should actually be worried? He talked about Adeyemi, Anthony Gordon being the ones coming. This the Bisiwu, or is it Bisua boy from Club Brugge, the signings from Barcelona have made. They are still looking at Julian Alvarez and looking at a lot of other options. But he also mentioned the playing style being the disparity, or probably giving Barcelona the edge. But do you think you're looking at the business Real Madrid is conducting and are about to conduct, and do you think as a Barcelona fan or player or someone in the board or management that you will be worried going into next season?
Well, looking at...
And also, let's not forget, Jose Mourinho is now in the dugout.
I think the only worry Barcelona fans should be having is Jose Mourinho, because of the experience he brings into the on the table. But again, you could take inspiration for the fact that Jose Mourinho, his time at Real Madrid, Barcelona were actually had the good record, had a good record against the man. But again, I feel that last season, upper season, who were the players that Barcelona had? Upper season, it's still same players. They won the league last season. Upper season, who won the league? Who won the La Liga? It's Barcelona that won the league. They still won the league. So I feel that you don't need to worry as long as this player gets to blend into your team. Where I worry for Barcelona is the defense line, because last season they had lots of injuries. It's just injuries. The squad is not really big for me, because you look at it, Pedri, Pedri, Gavi, Daniel Omu, Frankel de Jong in the midfield. I think they've got more midfielders than more wingers. They've got few wingers now. They've brought in 2 wingers to actually choke the wing. That's Yamin Lama and Rafinha.
And they have Anthony Gordon and Karim
Anthony Gordon, bringing in Anthony Gordon and Karim Adeyemi. That's making it two on the right, 2 on the left. So I feel that they are trying to boost up where it's needed. Madrid are doing theirs. Madrid are trying to get put their team together. Last season we saw lots of injuries. Rodilga, Daniel Alaba, David Alaba, injured. What's his name now? The one that's had the former Spanish captain, the right back, Dani Carvajal, injured. Arnold struggled with form at his early days. So I just feel that they are trying to boost up the squad, get those important signings that they need. That's what Barcelona are doing. For me, Barcelona don't need much signings. From the best of manner, they've added where they need to add. Last season was just 2 wingers, 2 good wingers that they've got. Now they've added extra 2. Possibly if they are going to be backups, I don't know. It depends on what the manager wants to use the both signings, to achieve. But again, I don't feel that both of them, nobody should be scared. It's about 11 players on the pitch. Let your players respond to your taxes very well, and the job is going to be done. Last season, they had Kylian Mbappe. That's Real Madrid. They had Kylian Mbappe. Did they win the league? They had Kylian Mbappe. They had Vinicius Junior. They had Jude Bellingham. Did they win the league? No. Did they win the Champions League? No. What did they win last season? Nothing. Did they win anything?
Yeah.
So why are you going to be scared when you were the champions of the league? You won you won the Carabao Cup. You won the Spanish Cup. So see, I just feel that it's a new season, fresh season, new manager coming in for Real Madrid. It's going to be a league that will be full of competition, and Jose Mourinho knows the terrain very well. He knows what Barca can do. Barca know what Real Madrid can do. So for me, they are just trying to strengthen where they need to be strengthened. That's in the squad. But at the end of the day, it's about which player gets to, the new players who get to make the difference and what have you. So next season, whoever wins the title, it's going to be a worthy winner for me. But I don't think Barcelona should be scared of Real Madrid, knowing what happened last season when they had the front trio that almost got goals. Kylian Mbappe almost got goals in all the games he played last season for the La Liga for La Liga. So I just feel that why are you going to be scared when you are the champions? Yeah, pressure will be on you to defend what you won last season. But again, you've known Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho have known Barcelona. Whoever wins the league next season, this incoming season, is going to be a worthy winner for me.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, the phone line, and it is open, and you can call in on your total. You can send your total to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And okay, let's take some thoughts from the SMS and WhatsApp portal before we go on a quick commercial break. And this one says from NS from Moji, Madrid should sign Rodri so that City will hijack Guimaraes from Arsenal. Arsenal mustn't be allowed to sign a good player. I'm sure that's what you meant to say, Ernest from Woji. Let's take the score. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I agree the guys in here.
Okay, Kabalo Barry. Yeah, we have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to a commercial. Will you rather wait after that commercial, or can you? Okay. After the commercial, we will still open the phone lines for you to actually get to call back. And this one from the WhatsApp portal says, on Carrick being successful, I doubt it. Don't forget last season he was only involved with Manchester United in a single competition, but now he has 4 to navigate. On Rodri leaving, I don't see it as a problem. That was why they signed Anderson. Don't forget last season when the rumor started, Rodri said he couldn't turn down the likes of Madrid. Pep said no player was bigger than the club, and that's from Tammy from Rumo C. And this one, also from the WhatsApp auto, says Rodri will be a good fit at Madrid. Let's be honest, Madrid have not successfully replaced Casemiro in the team, and that's from Chimubi. And from the SMS portal, this one says, as a Man City fan, Enzo will win a lot of trophies for City next season. He has the experienced players and immediate trophies guaranteed. Please, sorry to ask, what about, Max from Port Harcourt? He isn't with us any longer. And this one says, Real Madrid will flop and win. No trophies next season. Reasons: one, too much squad can kill a team. For example, Brazil, France. Two, Mbappe and Bellingham curse because of EA FIFA game cover. Well, thank you so much for those thoughts, Max from Port Harcourt. Well, we do have to go pay some bills. When we come back, we will be talking some transfers and still rounding up before we head over to talk some Nigerian football. Ima from UMC, or Dan from Uyo, I'm seeing your test about Liverpool. We'll talk about Liverpool after this commercial break. So do not go anywhere. Where Today's Sports Live will be right back after this short commercial.
Dropping a cube, let the flavors flow. Watch every meal, steal the show. Terra, ooh, Terra. Aroma rising, filling the room, turning dinners a joy to consume. Terra, ooh, Terra.
Terra Q or Rap Joy. Unleash taste.
Go for gold, Terra Gold Cube. The amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely. Choose Gold. Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
One cube. Endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Yes, welcome back to the show. This is still Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Still listening to the voice of Henry Google. I have Osagi and Hemi here with me. Victor Israel, Benjamin Mina is here in the studio as well. And let's head over to the phone lines to get to hear your thoughts. 0810-9510-951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony from.
Okay, Tony, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm trying to know if Arsenal has competed with that Newcastle team.
You mean Bruno Guimaraes?
Yes.
Nothing official yet. Nothing yet official.
Okay, please can you give me more transfer news for Arsenal? Let me know.
Okay, we will do that before we get to run out of the studio. So thank you so much, Tony. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I call back.
Okay, Kabulu Barry, please go ahead.
Yes. But I start from this debate World Best.
Okay.
See, this World Best. Most of the time, women at the corner, they always tell us, say, this World Best, then they always do it based on person where they like. You know, they always, every time, they give the World Best based on waiting person do, because this award now, individual award, no be group award, if I don't make mistake. So if World Best na individual award, now waiting the player do for the season. Now then they despite say you dey for 11 team, because if you dey in group on a win something, that one, then one player no dey outstanding, then they no go fit talk say now this one 9 pass, but then we just give a based and say you get person where they love. But for me, for this year World Best, for me, those two people who know the make sure say that them they first, like Lamy. We not say Lamy win World Cup. Yes, we not say win La Liga. But as per individual for the season, then Lamy no day number one for me. So I know if you choose that. Hello?
Yeah, we are here, hearing you loud and clear, Kabulu Barry.
So I no go fit choose Lamy. That's why say he win La Liga, then win World Cup. Because into the World Cup, how many matches we play? How many goal assists we get? How many goal chance we create? And how many goal we get? Because now these things, and they use and they say person they are standing for the tournament or for the season. Then this World Cup now, because of him winner, him name don't jump enter. Like Rodri, we win golden ball. I don't know within the kind of way Rodri get, because now so he do, he go carry World Best. We're not supposed to gain him. So Rodri, I will just call him grace picking grace. I be how I want to put him. So now so Rodri day. But for this year, Ballon d'Or for me I always already tell. I don't get my own person when I still give my own award without either FIFA or Ballon d'Or. Make they all any people where they give them. Me, I don't already give my own award best. If they that then give them or they don't give them for me, now be my award best. And I don't give them 3 times, which is Kylian Mbappe, because this award, my individual award. Now waiting me, I do for few. Now then they take the river. But I don't know the way Mbappe gets. Really say all these things when they do, they enter people I say because of win Champions League. But I know people we don't ever win Champions League where they don't win this award. And that's like that. Then for the transfer, people they complain. Say this that club don't buy this one, buy this one. Like many people where they don't buy their players. Make them no come season start, then go come they complain say this one happened, because the two people when they talk this thing, this just today among people when they say this thing, just it's not number one, because those people na record S9 them this. So make it not the same now when season don't go now, then go say referee. I hope one of the referee where they say if they did hash on them, that one don't go. So now we go the tie bed now, they wait for another one where they go say now this one 90 they are devil for Premier League. So we wait for them. Then for Liverpool, I don't know what thing they do. Maybe I hope they now the fairness waiting and slot do them last season. Then they no one carry any better money, because they just want test water. They matter try, because now something where they know they do. Because last season when I see Liverpool when they carry that kind of amount of money, I be a slot making buy player. Me as in the fear. Because I know say those people, even though they get money, they don't come off for hand. So I hope say now make this season they never see carry any better money based on waiting and slot do them last season. But only waiting and see back them they say this guy wait them by now. Instead of saying a young coach, make them just leave up. For me, this season, if we qualify for Champions League or we not qualify me, I know we'll fit tell I'm making come out. I still get one season when I will give up. But make them just leave up. Me, I even believe if they know too much about them, making enter academy as the club will do. You go see people when we use play this season. We say it will get waiting in one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Kabulu Barry. Great to have you on the show. Keep the calls coming in. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. I mean, let's quickly look at Liverpool, Arsenal, and Chelsea. A lot is happening around at least Arsenal and Chelsea. But I mean, Victor, let's start off with Liverpool. I mean, what's happening? We've just seen Jeremy Jackie and Victor Munoz, and they've just gone cold and quiet. Is it about Raiola getting to see the players and actually now say, okay, go ahead and do what we've discussed about? Or is more of typical Liverpool and FSG, oh, they will sign, they are looking at opportunities in the market, then they go into the season with only Munoz and Jackie being the only signings, and they'll be like, that was the plan right from the onset. and we start seeing something else. Like, what are we expecting from Liverpool? It looks like it's turning out, or it's going to be a frustrating window for the fans and faithfuls.
I think the fans are expecting too much from Liverpool when you understand that. I don't even know how to put it, but we are used to Liverpool making signings this way. I think last season was just a season where last summer rather was just the transfer window where shocking things really happened, because in my time I've never seen Liverpool spend that big when it comes to transfers. I've never seen them spend that big when it comes to transfers, but we saw them spend that big with the transfers they had in, and that is why I just feel this season they will make signings. There will be signings coming in here and there, but I think the best they can get is just two more signings. I saw a post somewhere where Steven Gerrard was responding to Gary Neville on the problems of Liverpool and the fact that they've still not looked at it. They've still not looked at the particular problem they had last season. One of the reasons why they couldn't make it out of they couldn't make it to defend their title there. So, but this season there is a need for defensive midfielder. There is a need for wingers, and the manager has always come out to point out the need for defensive midfielders and also the wingers and also a defender. Jeremy Jake, I wouldn't want to put Jeremy Jake as a signing of the season because the signing was done last season. He's just coming in this season. For me, I feel for this signing, just Victor Menu is coming in, and I want to point that and blame the lack of signings on the World Cup, because we understand that during a World Cup, it's always very, very difficult to get signings in and all that. But
sorry, I always like to quote you. I don't know the side of the book of signing is short changed by the World Cup that Chelsea read, because the World Cup was ongoing and Chelsea closed in about 3 transfers. Don't make that an excuse for the Reds.
I think every club is different. Every day when I tend to look at things on the social media, I just see fans trying to point out that during this World Cup, Tottenham have done business. During this World Cup, Liverpool also did business by hijacking that deal for Victor Muniz there. But we still don't understand. I feel one particular deal that they actually did pull out was a Yandy Omande deal, because we know fully well how they were very much in that particular deal, but they did pull out there, and it just goes on to point to the fact that there will be signings coming in, but it won't be that much. But there are some signings that will hinge on the potential outgoings, because give or take, if players like Alexis McAllister wants to leave the club, then they will be looking at a possible replacement. But if the man decides to stay, then they won't even be going to the market. But also, you look at Liverpool and understand that this is a new manager coming in. A new manager is like getting 10 new players, because this is a manager that does not know them. To him, these are all new signings. No one, even those coming in, the likes of Harvey Elliott coming in on back from his loan stint at Aston Villa, and the injured players that are just coming back, the likes of Jadon Dance and Stefan Bajetic also coming back. These are just, they are considered being given a fresh start, and Andoni Raola will be looking at them and be like, whoever that feels can stake a claim to start games, whoever that feels he can stake a claim to start games, will be given opportunity to start these games. Because when you look at this Liverpool team, I feel the only place they are left short is the defensive midfield. And because since the outgoing of Fabinho. They've not had an out-and-out defensive midfielder. No matter what Ryan Gravenberch did during the first year of Arne Slot, he is not a defensive midfielder. He is very good at what he does when it comes to carrying the ball around, but not an anchor man, not a man you should rely on when it comes to stopping the attacks. There was a reason why they went in for Zubimendi, and the deal did not work out the way it was supposed to. But also they should be getting a defensive midfielder. If not getting any other thing, they should be getting a defensive midfielder. But I'm very much sure they will be getting a winger too. And there is the thoughts of Bradley Bakola coming into that team. And though we understand that Liverpool are looking to replace Mohamed Salah from the right wing, but I feel there might be a positional change. And when it comes to a positional change, we might be seeing Rio Nguma playing from the right. The man also did come out to say that he knows he's good at playing from the left, but he has been learning also to play from the right. So we might be seeing Rio Nguma coming to the right, while Bradley Bakola, if the deal works out, going to the left wing position. Then for another winger coming in, it might be looking at a possible departure for Cody Gakpo. There were talks before the World Cup that Tottenham are looking at a 75 million deal for Cody Gakpo. But that is still very much in an infant stage currently. But for Liverpool, the need for a right back also, and
maybe a centre back.
Yeah, they said they might be looking for a centre back that can actually do more like a Joe Gomez there. A centre back that can play from the right back, also cover up from the left back, but primarily a centre back that can cover up for the right back position, because they don't want to get another right back that when Conor Bradley comes back, he tends to be surplus to requirements, because considering the fact that there is he might not be an able deputy, but there is a deputy, Jeremy Frimpong, in that team that can cover up the right wing position and also the right back position. So they are looking at, we could get a centre back that comes in to cover up the right back too. And maybe someone of more like a Gertruda in that team. We saw how they went in for the man in the January transfer window, but couldn't get him. I think that's the kind of player they're looking at. But for Liverpool, I think the only signings they might be getting at this point is a winger coming in, maybe possibly another midfielder, more of a defensive midfielder. But if they don't get that, then I think Iraola will be, just as Kablo Barry said, Iraola might be looking at going into the academy to get one or two talents from there. And we've seen the more like the leading talents when it comes to Liverpool's academy, the likes of Trey Nyoni, Luke Chambers. These are talents that they've already made their way to America there for the pre-season tour. There is a midfielder in that team that whenever I watch him, he tends to give that joy. Josh Sonny Lambi, the young lad he gives you that joy. It reminds you of a young Philippe Coutinho, and these are players that if they don't go out on loan, these are the players Iraola might be looking at using to play the early stages of the Carabao Cup, the early stages of the FA Cup. So either way, it's still a win-win. It's a win-win situation for the team there. Sometimes you don't just hearken to the voice of the fans by getting 5-10 signings, because for every fan, keep on signing players every season. Yeah. Keep on signing players. That's it for fans. Even for the fact that I am a football fan, I want to see new signings every season. I don't really care what the ones you got last season are doing. I want to see new signings, but still yet we'll be here complaining that here in Nigerian League, we see 20 being released, 23 being signed. But that is the mentality that every fan has. They want to see, in fact, if you sign a player this week, he doesn't do very well, they want to sell him the following week and sign another player. So I've seen cases where sometimes they want to be deceived by the World Cup. The 2022 World Cup, we saw a certain Sofiane Amrabat take the World Cup by surprise, and he came to the Premier League, and the only thing that was shining in the man's career was his head. Yeah. So So I just feel let's not be carried away by certain performances in the World Cup, because there are some players that are only born for the World Cup. You could make a case for Guillermo Ochoa, the goalkeeper for Mexico. He only shows up at a World Cup every 4 years and disappears after the World Cup. That is how the man has played his football. He will be remembered not for his time donning any club jersey, but for his time donning his Mexico jersey there in the World Cup. So this season, we've also seen Jet Spence being linked to Liverpool due to his outstanding performance there in the Three Lions. But this is a man that so many called out Thomas Tuchel for taking the man instead of Trent Alexander-Arnold. Yeah.
That's an average performance. Yes.
Jet Spence.
Yes.
Jet Spence had a good performance. He had a very good performance.
That's an average performance.
Jet Spence is what
So there's not the point of contention now, please.
No. He said,
Jet Spence, what's his position? What's his position?
Gentlemen.
He's a defender.
What side of the defense? What side of the defense?
The man can play as a right back.
He plays basically
He can
as
play
a
as a
right
left back.
But he played as a left back against Argentina and he was prolific.
So the two daddies in the house, please. This is not the discussion. Please. Let's move on. Quickly, Arsenal. I mean, let's head over to the phone lines first. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Yeah, name and location.
Yes, Peter. Peter calling from Oyibo.
Okay, Peter, please go ahead.
Yes, you mentioned your Spence. What a player. What he gave to England was really surprising. I was surprised to see Spence play the level of football he played. I think a plus for England. Good work, and he should continue like that. For Chelsea, who are going out of the club and who is coming in? Please give me an update.
Okay, thank you so much, Peter. Well, Morgan Rogers has come in. Maxence Lacroix has just passed his medical, and we don't know who is leaving yet. Okay, Ganacho has left. Nicholas Jackson could be leaving soon. Okay, hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Yes, I call back again, Kabulobari.
Okay, Kabulobari. Yeah, go
yes.
ahead.
Nick, I'll be one person when they like plenty buy for my team. Yes. Like Liverpool last season. If Anslot been there this season, then he open my say won't buy any player. Me, I from ask him, waiting he won't buy again. Because last season, waiting him buy. I don't even know waiting him use them to. That is why this coach, they never even give him money making him use buy player. But me, I'll be one person when I know they like. Make them buy it that like last season, Liverpool buy like 5 or 6 players. Then this season you will come buy another like 5 or 6. Not the me. I feel like this season, just that this coach is a new coach. Now make me at the crash and making then give him money making go market. If not for me, I for not even too much shots they make Liverpool buy player. But as this coach is a new coach, now just like 2-3 players now me and one make it buy. One defensive midfielder or one central defense or person who will play from that our right side. You consider right side number 2. That place still get problem because Barkley is an injury player. And that guy, Freepong, not the person who will play that too. Instead, and the push and go up. So for me, I would say now like 3 players. One central defense or defensive midfielder or that right side where Salah 9 feet at it for me or 9 for me, 9 big team, but for me, because they made them go buy another 6-7 players or 3. No, I know they because those things they bring problem for team too much.
Okay.
Because when me are they play, the other one no play. And so from there, no problem there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, dear Kabulobari. Let's head over to Arsenal. Agreed personal terms with Bruno Guimaraes. Negotiating with Newcastle. Reports have it a deal could be close soon. But Arsenal, they're a chukai for somewhere. They're looking at a deal. They're looking at a deal. Well, Arsenal are exploring a move for Vinny Jr. from Real Madrid, according to the Athletic, David Oinstein. Yes, David Oinstein of the Athletic. And that man doesn't just drop
transfer talk anyhow. He drops it when it's happening or it's about to happen. Now, Osas. I mean, sign Bruno Guimaraes. I mean, it's thrown out to everybody. Even Benjamin can chip in. Sign Bruno Guimaraes and Vini Junior. Bam, transfer window don't end. Arsenal has won it. Like, I mean, that has to be the perfect. That has to be the perfect because you look at Zoli's coming in. You then sign Guimaraes. You then bring in Vini Junior.
Yeah,
maybe let's just say one centre back.
Yeah, centre back. They still
and maybe a right back,
Arsenal
depending on if Ben White leaves
Arsenal
or
was trying
stays.
to explore John Stones, but from nowhere, I'm seeing Chelsea also trying to explore.
Chelsea need experience.
A chance for John Stones. Is it only in Stones that you find experience? Yeah. Anyway, that's how it is.
That's the one I see for Stone. Nigeria said they find to use Stone too now.
Okay, no problems. But I think a Vini coming to an Arsenal side would add. Arsenal needs a reshape in the attack. Yeah, a reshape in the attack. Arsenal needs flair and creativity from the wings, and who else will be able to guarantee this but Vinicius Junior, and as well as also guaranteeing Arsenal a couple of goals coming from the wing. He has all of that in him. You know, Vinicius Junior is one player that loves to explore that left side so that he could make use of his right foot, and that's where lots of space is right now. If maybe he was I love the right hand side, I would have said, oh, there's much problem. So if Arsenal can close in a deal for Vinicius Junior, which I don't know if you say it could be bigger than Arsenal at this point, but how much did Arsenal bring out for Victor Gyökeres?
About 75.
So as a then 70 something. See, if you can pull out 70 something, you are a big boy.
Don't let Vini live for less than 100.
How much was Arsenal willing to put in for Morgan Rogers? 100. 100.
Did they put an official bid? I want no mean say you don't price them.
Arsenal intended to put in
intend. Say English intend. You want confuse us with English. Also, you cannot confuse us with English. Intend no mean say you do them. See, Bruno Guimaraes. See, look, this is how Arsenal. No, this is how Arsenal. This is how Arsenal gets to if they want to sign a player. Though first of all, they will not make an official bid. They will go and meet that player and his agent say, "Fine way, tell your team say you want come out." They will not go. That's the truth.
Okay, that was how it was done to Sporting CP.
No, I think
how did they sign Gyökeres? Did Arsenal make an official bid first? No.
I don't understand.
Now look at Guimaraes deal. Same thing. They've not made an official deal. Sorry, they've not made no. Osas, no. Morgan Rogers, Arsenal were showing interest. No, I'm bringing out. No, I'm bringing out list now. Guimaraes of Newcastle.
Yes.
Arsenal have not made an official bid.
Arsenal put in a bid of 53 million pounds, which was rejected.
How many weeks ago? Arsenal only showed interest at first. When they learned that
Arsenal hasn't necessarily shown in the bid. They have been using intermediaries.
They've been using intermediaries.
No, they haven't.
Tell your club say you want come out. That's Guimaraes. Morgan Rogers. Tell Aston Villa say you want come out. Another one. What's this? See, go straight. The last time Arsenal made an official bid was when they bid for Luis Suarez. How many pounds?
40 million.
40 plus 1 pound. Organ, I don't get money. I get money, but I don't agree bring an ass.
The truth is that Arsenal intend to sell land.
Yeah.
Because if no be land one, I want to say, waiting consign
Arsenal Vinicius Junior. Arsenal go bring
just to buy Alvarez. We know what happened. They told Gyökeres to start training. Start to train because want to sell you.
But how much do you think a player like Vini will currently go for? Vini is about 27.
100 and not less than 150 million pounds. From the way the transfer market have gone.
Henry, the answer I want to give to you now: if Elliot Anderson could go for 160 million
and Morgan Rogers
go for 117 million. Now you do the mathematics in your head.
300 million.
Bam. Arsenal. They will sell some fans.
Okay, now Arsenal is preparing a 70 million pounds bid for Bruno Guimaraes. Vinicius Junior is not an
He's 26 actually.
EPL proven
Another excuse. Another excuse don't come. Another excuse don't come.
I don't feel bad. Don't worry, I don't feel bad. I put off his mind. I put off his mind.
There is something.
Woman, no fee born. Say that mother-in-law they cost her. You don't bring her money to sign player. He say no get proven.
He has finished top 2 in the Ballon d'Or.
And you want to sign
and you want to say Bruno Guimaraes is a Premier League.
No.
You might as well say Morgan Rogers is better than Vinny Junior. You might as well say.
No. Understand what I'm saying? I'm saying for Vinicius Junior, Arsenal could come from the corridors of he's not been in the Premier League before, and he's maybe wanted away from Real Madrid because he's not in the plans of Jose Mourinho. So that could actually drop what the offer could be, and it also depends how many years is he having left on his contract. If it's a 1 year contract, 1 year left. So don't expect Arsenal to cough out 150 to 180 million pounds.
You're forgetting that this man is coming from a Fiorentino Perez led.
I don't understand.
Perez will give Vini a new contract, put buyout clause, and make sure he cough out every €1.
I don't understand. Perez is not that greedy.
You say?
Perez is not that.
Osas, you talk and say your mind they cut.
He's not that greedy, most especially when
Arsenal will not bring that money.
Sorry to cut yourself. And let me tell you something. See, Arsenal, it's not as if Arsenal doesn't have money.
They have the money.
They do have the money.
Okay, thank
but
God.
Arsenal do not want to be dragged into the mix of yes, they are the spending club. They want to make sure they try to convince the player, try to make the player see sense that if possible, he has to lend them part of the money. Like in the sense that whatever value the club was supposed to add, for the fact that he told them he wants to leave, they will let him leave. And he joins the club just like that. So because looking at Vinicius Junior, we want to look at the current rate of the market. If a certain Andre Santos that barely gets playing time in Chelsea could go for 50 million. If a certain Florian Wirtz could go for 116 million.
Diomande
120 million, a 19-year-old. You talk about someone that has done it season in, season out in Real Madrid. Not just in a small club. This is not Osasuna. This is not Celta Vigo. So, and the man is not being asked to leave the club. It's just if a proper bid comes in, if something that looks as if we cannot reject comes in, then we'll let you go. He's not Bradley Barcola. If Barcola that is, you could say Barcola is a bench option. If Barcola as a bench option is being touted to go for 150 million, then you look at Vinicius Junior. If Chelsea were in the mix to sign Vinicius Junior, then I will not complain about the money because Chelsea will certainly pay. If Bayern, these are clubs,
Man City.
But you see, Arsenal, they will set some fans, and I pity for some of the new fans. People like okay, I pity for the new fans. They will set some fans, the likes of Somto. They will sell. These are the fans they will sell to balance the books.
081095109510. Please don't mind the banter from Victor. Just don't mind the banter from Victor. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp also. And that one is 0701-933-9962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon or good evening.
It's good evening. Tony again.
Okay, Tony, please go ahead.
All those people are making noise. Allow them to tell us what is happening. Don't you think that's like a bad news? Even if it's 150, that's not buying. That's not have money. Why do Bantarin Arsenal in front and back? Is it because Chelsea just they throw away their money? I know that they are Chelsea fans, those people that are making noise there. I better allow them to tell us what people are making noise.
Thank you so much for that one there. That's one Arsenal fan who has risen up to defend his club. I don't want to say his alma mater, but he's the club he loves very, very much. It's not about going there with 117 million pounds to sign a player. Ego walk, at the end of the day, that's the question as it stands right now. No one signed better than Liverpool last season, but I think Liverpool did thank their chi that they were able to qualify for Europe. or call that qualify for the UEFA Champions League for this new season after the huge spendings that was done. So spending hugely doesn't guarantee that you win laurels at the end of the day. So kudos to the Arsenal setup, watching clearly, observing as well as assessing very, very clearly before getting players on, because monies spent, probably, if not well catered for, cannot return. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very, very good evening to you. Welcome to the Niger special edition of the marathon edition of Today Sports Live, right here on your premium news, talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And we're here right now to take you through everything happening in the world of Nigerian football. Yes, a lot already happening in the world of Nigerian football as the build-up for the commencement of the Nigerian Premier Football League is on ground. We also have our Super Falcons. They will be in action on Tuesday as come tomorrow, the Women's African Cup of Nations 2026 gets on the way. And it's the Super Falcons who would be having a chance to defend the title they won 2 years ago, as well as get their 11th trophy and maybe a qualification to the FIFA 2027 Women's World Cup. So all of these are, huge package there for Nigeria's Super Falcons as they go out to do Nigeria proud right there in Casablanca, Morocco. In fact, they're going to be playing their games in Rabat right there in Morocco. So we support our Super Falcons and hope that they continue to make us proud as they have always done before. Then we'll talk a bit about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We've seen, we heard some sort of contention for who is the most decorated Super Eagles player. That did come through from the man himself, who is a very highly decorated Super Eagles player, talking about John Obi Mikel, as he had a chat with Victor Osimhen. And the first thing he said is Victor Osimhen has to break my record. I'm the most decorated Super Eagles player. And we'll talk about that one. We'll actually look at who is the most decorated Super Eagles player so far that we've had. Is it John Obi Mikel, or do you think that there are others on that list that should supersede him at this point? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome once more to the second half of the show, or call that the Niger special edition of the show. My name is Osasi Hiwin. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man seated right here to drive you from now up until 6 p.m., where we'll have the news update and we'll call it a wrap when it has to do with the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live. We'll be here tomorrow also from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to give you those amazing talking points and stories coming from the world of sports in its entirety. Other sports, European football, Nigerian football, transfers, we're here for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as usual, I do say to you at this point, sit back, relax, and this time, let's change the game. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. And as I said before, my name is Osasi Hiwin. I will be leading proceedings from here, but I'm not alone in the studio. I've got two gentlemen right here with me to discuss everything that has to do with Nigerian football. They will be giving you their undivided analysis coming from that side of the divide. There is Ovie Wallace right here, as well as Victor Israel. For Victor Israel, he makes his return. It's a marathon show for him right here. No injuries, no fatigue. The man is fit and ready to head into another tournament, just like he always does. So I'll just give them a few minutes, or call that seconds, to say hi to the guys listening out there. Good afternoon to you, Ovie Wallace. I'll start with you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Osas. Good afternoon to Victor. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt sports lovers. It's the second half of the show, so that means Nigerian football, African football, and it's a lot to talk about, ranging from the NPFL all the way to the continent, and then will be going intercontinental, where the Super Falcons will be trying their best to get to the FIFA World Cup and as much as possible to win the FIFA. The WAFCON, sorry.
For the 11th time.
For the 11th time. And
I think no space on the jersey for the stars this time. We've got 10 stars already.
I saw there's enough space.
There's enough space.
It could go around.
It could go around again. So we want to do 2 circles of stars.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Well, good afternoon to you, stars. Good afternoon to everyone.
All right. And there is Victor Israel. He has talked here already, but just give him the time to still say a very good evening this time. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening to you, Asas. And it's still wonderful to be here. This time we take the arguments from the foreign scene down.
We've actually argued a lot from FIFA World Cup to the reason why FIFA is going to 64 teams. And we even wanted to start an argument from nowhere. Yes, we just wanted to start something from nowhere. And Henry had to say, please.
That's it. And sometimes is when you come back home, it's good to make noise outside. Then when you come back home, you just quiet and behave as if you are responsible. So this time around, we are back home, and it's nice knowing fully well that very soon we'll be having our eyes looking at one of the best team when it comes to Nigeria. Speaking of the women's side of Nigerian football, because I can't wait. I want to look at what the women have in store this time. The last time they went there for Mission X, it was very, very lovely, and I know that those girls always deliver. And for those that know me, women football is one thing I love so much. So I don't want to miss it.
All right, don't want to miss it. The words of Victor Israel right there, and I believe also you wouldn't want to miss the action from the Women's African Cup of Nations 2027. And one thing we swear on our honors right here on today's Sports Live, as the crew, as well as on Today 95.1 FM, is that we'll bring you up to speed with everything happening, and this is not an exception. So expect the best of reporting coming from the Women's African Cup of Nations 2027, as we have our Super Falcons right there to pick up their 11th title. I believe it's possible, as well as pick up a ticket to the FIFA 2027 Women's World Cup. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do remember that you could be part of the conversation at any point in time through the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, you can take it down. I'll throw open the phone line as we go on the show. For the phone line, it is 0810 951 0951. That is 0810 951 0951. So let's get into the thick of the action.
aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, let's get started from the Nigerian Premier Football League, as the NPFL, that is the Nigerian Premier Football League, has been ranked the 82nd best league in the world and the 5th best in Africa, according to Opta. And the Moroccan... You'll be wondering why I just laughed. Immediately I said that, I saw that bombastic side eye coming from Henry there, looking at me, saying that the Nigerian Premier Football League has been ranked the 82nd best in the world and the 5th best in Africa. But that's the truth. According to Opta, that's what it is. As the Moroccan...
I actually saw the ranking.
You saw the ranking. All right. So the Moroccan Botola Pro was ranked as the best league in the continent, or on the continent. The Algeria's Ligue 1 was also ranked as the second, the Egyptian Premier League in third, and the South African PSL rounds up the top 4. Then we have the Nigerian Premier Football League. Yes, it's something for us to be excited about, definitely. Something to be excited about at this point. But Henry, you're still in the studio. The way you looked at me, is it that the NPFL doesn't deserve being ranked number 5 in Africa?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't deserve.
It doesn't.
So do you think Opta was wrong? Why would you say?
I want to know I want to know the criteria. That's the problem. It's the people that brought out this thing that
maybe the MPFL continues to ship talent outside. See,
the MPFL or Nigeria. Let's separate.
We have MPFL players go to Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania. Some of them even go as far as
leagues that are supposedly by up that ranked lesser than you.
Yeah, we're keeping these leagues alive.
Leagues that are supposedly by up that ranked lower than you.
Well,
like it's not like we could be a step in the right direction. Now,
okay, but
if that
we had what's his name? The one from Eimba that went to Experience of Tunisia. He's somewhere in
Iwala is
in Kuwait right now.
Yeah.
So we still have players from the MPFL that go light up the Moroccan Botola League. We have players.
I'm not doubting some players from the MPFL. Well, I mean, the MPFL, come on, like clubs cannot really hold on to players for long. The pay is poor. The pay is quite poor. The conditions and welfare, everything is poor. Stadium and infrastructure, poor. What again? You're telling me it's the 5th best league or SARS. A league where
I didn't do that myself.
A league where
Opta is heavily respected.
I'm not doubting it. A league where I call your house, they play you. The result that they go some people for start go just enter with stick, begin to chase everybody. No, wait now. I'm coming now. A league where I'm going from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri and I'm using bus and I'll be on the road for 2 days and I'll still come down and play a game. Then immediately I'm done. I don't go bath. Let me say local palace or a pigeon. I don't go do anything. I go just enter bus, begin the call down. And you're telling me that is the 5th best league on the continent.
But Henry,
sorry, I don't want to say, but I'm wondering what Opta was thinking when they were doing those
let's explore what Opta was thinking.
It doesn't make any sense.
In the midst of all of this,
it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, in the midst of all of this, do you see the MPFL as a league that produces quality players every season?
If your MPFL is producing quality players, you now ask yourself, if the MPFL is producing quality players, well, even if they are not playing in the MPFL right now, again, you should see them in the Super Eagles of Nigeria, players that are serious MPFL products in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I mean, you look at the English national team.
Okay.
I mean, you look at even the Ivorian national team, those came from ASEC, the likes of ASEC Mimoso, Senegal, Generation Foods, Excellence, Diambas. You can go on and mention those that were born and brought up in Senegal. You ask yourself, the MPFL, which players actually came from the MPFL?
Right.
How many players came from the MPFL? Fredericks, they'll say he was in Nasser United at the time, but he's not an MPFL product. Let's be honest about it.
Just physically an academy product.
He's a Simon Ben, it's Moses Simon Academy, Simon Ben, that is the name of, or Simio Ben, that's the name. He was loaned to Nasser United and couldn't even play. They said he wasn't up to it for the league. He's in Brentford today. He's part of Brentford's first team today. Zadok Johanna was rejected by Gombe United and which other club on trials. Where is he today? He's
Brighton
in Brighton. Chibike Wiwu, he played for 2 clubs in Hadland and Eimba, but we all know his story and how it was for him in the NPFL. And we know, you're very much aware of that. Uche was in with Hadland in the NNL, then he got that move to Sueta, Hetafe, the rest is history. Ejuke played just handful of games for Gombe United and left to Valerenga, played about 4 games. You know, ask yourself, how many? Look at your national team. Most of these players were actually were owned by academies, and the MPFL coaches deemed them not good enough. You now start asking the rationale behind their choices or for their choices. But these players went on to make good careers for themselves outside the MPFL.
Okay.
So, and you look at the national team today, how many players will you say were quote unquote the good ones in the NPFL that are today in the national team? How many?
Okay.
None.
All right.
So let's not kid ourselves. MPFL is not good enough, because actually if the MPFL was good enough, at least we should have seen a lot of players in our national team that played it. I mean, in the 90s, Daniel Amokachi, JJ,
they all played in the MPFL.
They all played in the MPFL. JJ played for Enugu Rangers.
Peter
Odemwingie played for Bendel Insurance. Daniel Amokachi played for Ranchers Bees. Rashidi had a long career in the MPFL. He played for I've forgotten some of his clubs, but he had a long career in the MPFL.
I think he played for stationary stores.
I think he played for stationary stores. Did he play for? I'll confirm. I mean, a lot of them had careers. Uche Okechukwu. You can go on and on. Stevie Kesh. They had careers in the Nigerian league before they went out to Europe or to the rest of Africa and all that. So, you look at the current.
Adokia Messimata. If you want to talk about that.
Finidi George. But you look at the
Tijani Babangida.
Yeah, something. You look at the current Super Eagles and you're asking yourself, where? Like, how many of these players actually played in the MPFL?
Okay.
How many of these players had storied careers or were the next young hot team in the MPFL we saw before they moved? None, literally none. Even the ones that managed to be in the roster or in the squad for teams, they were deemed not good enough, and we didn't even get to see them play in the MPFL.
And don't you think that is a structural problem? Do you think it's a figment of the fact that...
It's a structural, administrative...
No, what I'm asking is, don't you think it's not down to the fact that the MPFL clubs don't produce players quality enough that can get into the Super Eagles, but we have decided to change the system.
Corruption.
We have decided to change the structure of the Super Eagles.
It's not about the system or structure of the Super Eagles. A lot of things matter. Corruption, administration, structural issues, coaching deficiency, which is one of the major issues. A lot of our coaches, let's say it as it is, even those that are coaching our champions are not good enough. Let's not sugarcoat it. Let's say it as it is.
Because I know in prior to the 1994, was that the 1994 African Cup of Nations in Tunisia? Before that, Clemens Westerhoff had some players based outside.
No, the 94 AFCON World Cup, there was no home-based player, but most of those players were home-based.
Yes.
Before the 94 AFCON and before the World Cup. But look at the level of coaching in the league. I mean, when we won the Enyimba won the CAF Champions League, it was what's his name now? Coach Emodi, and what's his name again? The in-law to Yakuba Yegbeni, Kadiri Kana. Before, you had decent coaches in the league. You had Alphonsus Dike, you had Kadiri Kana, you had Oke Modi, you had good and decent. Some of these guys went out to even coach national teams. Christian Chukwu coached in the league at some point. They coached national teams outside the shores of Nigeria. Those were the people coaching in the league, and well, you look at today, all due respect to them, Sha. Daniel Ogumo, they just have a UEFA B license. What's his name? Fidelis Ilechukwu. Finidi Josh could even handle the pressure of the national team. Like, look, these are the people that are coaching in our league, and you ask yourself, even if you have an A or Pro license, what is your tactical acumen like? Because trust me, it's not everybody that has an A or Pro license that is
tactically sound.
There is Messi, and there is Samuel Chukwueze.
Yeah.
Or you can say there is
both advanced through the same position.
Both, or let me not say Messi and Samuel Chukwueze. There was a Pedro in Barcelona. Those that remember there was a Pedro and there was a Christian Teo.
Very
people
true.
remember Christian Teo, at least if you watch Barcelona under Pep and during the time of Tata Martino, Christian Teo. But Teo is a decent footballer.
Yeah.
But he wasn't A or world class. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So, I mean, I was going through a list of Nigerian coaches that are A and Pro license. UEFA, that have the UEFA. None of them is coaching in the league. None of them is coaching in the MPFL. A lot of them are coaching or working on NIS badges.
Okay.
So, how do you expect the coaching? Because one of the major things is coaching. Is as simple as that. And like I said, the corruption and a lot of structural issues. You're relying on old men. Oh, we've qualified for the continent. Oh, you gotta bring Andy Obe. You gotta bring Ubong Friday. You gotta bring Imo Obot. Imo Obot has played for like how many teams in the last 5 years or 7 years? I can't remember. Like, you guys just start bringing on.
We're bringing in Alex Oyowa.
You bring in the old legs who are used to seeing and hearing we've been used to seeing and hearing for the last 10 years. There are young guys on the streets. They are in Ikonala, they are in GBS in Jos, they are in Ebedie, they are in Water FC, they are in Taye Academy, they are in Wilbros. You can call them littered all over the place. You will never go and sign them. You say, oh no, they are not mature enough for the league. The MPFL is a brutal place. But you go to the continent and you get beaten silly, you get beaten black and blue. You now look like small children. You give me a here that he's supposedly 24. He puts the ball on the run but can't run. I will call names, yes. You give me an Atule that puts the ball on, but he cannot run against a 33-year-old Zamalek fullback. He cannot run and beat him.
Last season,
and he's supposed to be 9 years younger.
Last season with Rivers United, I know what I saw with Chijoke Mbwama. Yes,
He cannot run.
Chijoke Mbwama.
And you're telling me the league is the 5th best league on the continent. Singida Black Stars will beat Enugu Rangers. I can beat my chest and say that over 2 legs, I cannot even beat my chest and say Rangers will win. Maybe Rangers, like we say, or some people say, look, they rugged the team and they win. Maybe because of Nigeria is the country of 200 million plus and football, a football mark country. So the talent is there.
Right.
But a lot of these guys are too old. Let's not lie about it. I don't judge based on the league. I always judge based on how you perform on the continent.
Okay.
That's how I judge Nigerian teams. How do you perform on the continent? Because, okay, you're playing Alakli now. That Egyptian national team. Mawen, Atia, all of them, Hani, Mohamed Hani, all of they're Alakli players.
Yeah.
You look at South Africa, okay, the late Jaden Adams of Sadi,
you have
Tembazwani.
You have, what's his name? The one who picked a yellow card. Mamelodi Sundown, who picked a double yellow card and gave us
Teboho Mokwena. You go up against these people and you're beating silly. And you don't expect me to say, oh, stick with Opta B. Maybe Opta is looking at Osimhen thinking, Osimhen did not come from the MPFL. He did not. Chukwueze did not come from the MPFL. They did not.
Okay.
So let's be real. Let's be honest about ourselves. The league is nothing to write home about.
Okay.
It is nothing to. It's a plaything. Let's put it like that. It's a plaything. Let's not lie to ourselves. A plaything because ask yourself. After Igalo played all the ball, he has finished playing in Europe and Saudi Arabia. It's not thought of. Technically, Igalo should still be able to play. They don't think of coming to the MPFL to play. Musa did it for 1 year and he has stopped.
Abdullahi Shehu also.
Abdullahi Shehu, you don't run.
We also had the Brownie Day.
He run after 6 months. Like even after his 6 months in Eimba, what did they? The small he come and talk. Eimba say free fire, but they say what did he see for that 6 months? Don't be here. Like it's appalling. It's appalling. A certain player, his salary. We all know how this thing they be. We all know how it is. Let's not lie to ourselves. Like we hear certain things that happen. We won't come out and talk about until you actually fully because it's now a case of the players' words against the team. But when you hear a lot of these things multiple times or a lot of stories,
you definitely know that there's no smoke without fire.
See, it's the truth, but you understand.
Just have to take it that way.
Simple and short. So it's okay. 2 million to pay 2 million a month, and they're saying it's too much. How do we afford it? But you're cutting away with money. Okay. If a club like Rivers United comes and tells me it's too much to pay 2 million a month to a player, I'll look at them and say, wow, wait till they do.
Over $700,000 from your participation in the CAF Champions League.
That money will be received before the start of next season.
Obviously.
It will be received. Nobody should come and tell me, no, CAF has not disbursed. And it will be received. Let's not kid ourselves. I will not believe anybody come and tell anybody Rivers United will come and tell me next season that they have not received that money of last season from CAF. Nobody should come and tell me that. And you will complain or you will tell me that you cannot pay that.
I think all of these things could come to an end when CAF and FIFA decides to start publishing publicly.
Structural issues, administrative issues, coaching issues, then recruitment and scouting issues.
All right.
These are things bedeviling our football, and it has to be gotten right. Well, so for me, Opta has said we are the 5th best. To me, we are not the 5th best. Let's be realistic. Let's not. I know now our administrators will go and play on this. That is the next thing. They will talk on this and they will make it look like
last year they were 91st. This year it's 80.
call that 82nd.
Osas, look, I don't
So
think.
what has improved in Nigerian Premier Football League?
If we play, we're better than Sudan, right?
Yes,
we play, Sudan doesn't have a league at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
But if Al Hilal or Al Merrikh play Enugu Rangers or Rivers United today, we will get beaten.
No, you're going too far.
If
Azam,
Young Africans or Simba play us today, we will get beaten.
You're going too far. In the last African Nations Championship, it was Sudan made up of players from the Sudanese team that dealt a huge blow on not the Super Eagles, the MPFL.
Yes.
In fact, Remo Stars extension. 4-1.
We lost to Senegal. That even Excellence, Generation, Food, the Ambas, they don't make it to the group stages of the CAF Champions League and Federations Cup.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like I said, it just tells you the state. I don't understand the criteria. Opta, please, they have to come and tell us what criteria they use to actually decide these things. But it doesn't sit or bode well with me. They rank him because I'm seeing us being ahead of Tanzania. Can we beat Young Africans or Simba? Can any team beat Young Africans or Simba over 2 legs in this country currently? No. Are we more organized than them?
No, obviously no. I'll tell you why we are not anywhere close to being organized when it comes to comparing ourselves with Tanzania at this point. But before we do that, I'll just ask Victor Israel, in just one sentence, tell me, is Opta right or Opta wrong?
Opta wrong.
Opta wrong.
I want to opt that this Opta is wrong.
So, ladies and gentlemen out there, you can share your thoughts with us also via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And you can also keep it to yourself when we throw open the phone line to let us know. Do you think Opta was wrong in this particular one to rate the Nigerian Premier Football League as the 5th best team in Africa? Yeah, behind the likes of Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, and South Africa. Better than the likes of Tanzania, better than the likes of Kenya, better than the likes of Sudan. I don't know the criteria, but if you have an idea, you can also share with us why they decided to pick this. Maybe we continue to churn out talents every year that keeps these other leagues alive, because we can still see the imprints of MPFL players in some of these other leagues around the continent of Africa. But let's move ahead right now. We are trying to rise. That's exactly what it is from what Opta has said. But we have so many things that we need to correct. I talked about telling you why we can't compare the Nigerian Premier Football League to the Tanzanian League. Now, listen, Tanzania football enters a new era as the Tanzanian Football Federation has now introduced video assistant referee training. The reason for this is to benefit and to challenge for the road or on the road ahead. Now, this initiative is as important as stepping into modernizing Tanzanian football and preparing referees for the introduction and effectiveness of the video assistant referee in the Tanzanian Premier League. So the video assistant referee training did come through in the Tanzanian Football League to improve the accuracy of refereeing decisions, reduce controversial calls, increase confidence amongst players and fans, as well as strengthen referee development and raise the overall professionalism of Tanzanian football. And I saw clips as well as pictures of this training. You could see referees in Tanzania being trained with state-of-the-art video assistant referee equipment. Now, it looked like what we used to see, or what we always see in the English Premier League, that room, the many screens and all of that. And my mind just reflected back to a certain point. I think that was at Enyimba's home in Aba, where we had to force in a video assistant referee by calling the cameraman and bringing his camera, and everybody gathered around it to replay an incident on the pitch of play. This is Tanzania stepping into using the video assistant referee, not just using it, but using it in a quality form. The training is up and running, and we are better than the Tanzanian League, 5th in Africa.
That is why I said red alert, Opta, wrong. Because this is not something we are supposed to be talking about, because you look at in every show, we tend to talk about this. Some will say, because why the show is on now, a friend of mine is saying, why do we speak so good of the European leagues and speak so ill of our own league? The reason why we are saying this is because whoever does something well will be commended and be given his flowers for that. So we won't want to, because this is our league, we want to say things that are not there. Our league is not doing very well because the years have passed, lots of things have happened. We've seen cases of different leagues trying to evolve into the current trend. We've seen from the time where football was played with baggy, wearing all those shorts that looked like baggy then to now. Gone are those days, the pre-VR era to now. I feel if we want to copy whatever the Western world are doing, we need to copy everything properly. The cases of having our football game, having our MPFL games not being televised. We are currently, during one of our shows, we talked about the fact that yes, we cannot walk into a viewing center currently now and say, I want to watch the Oriental Derby. I cannot watch the Rivers United against Bayelsa United, even if it is been even if those viewing centers, maybe we have European games that particular time, maybe they don't want to put it because they feel it is of less value. But let it be that it is available. I could watch it at home. But these days, you don't get most of those games being televised. And this is a league that we want to say they are number 5 in Africa. If I'm allowed to do the rating, I won't even say that the league is up to top 10. Okay. Because just as you read out now, they gathering around a referee to watch. He's very, very bad. It's just like watching one of those grassroots games where someone, the VRO was someone that was using one of these bigger phones. The guy was not even part of the organizing team. The guy just came there and they were like, Alpha, this your phone will make sense. So I will help us be VRO. The guy was using his phone to record the game. The first half, when we had decisions, I was invited to be the referee of that game. So whenever decisions happen, I had to go to him to show me a clip. Then I make my decisions. Okay. Now, at some point in the second half, I was looking for the guy because a decision happened and the guy had gone home. So when the guy had gone home, we were like, where's the VR? They say VR don't go. So it's very, very bad. I believe that if our league is in order, it will rub off even the grassroots. We will have cases where even our grassroots, they may not get at its peak, they may not get it the A-class level. All right. But they will go close to it. But when our league is not even having those things, then it just shows that we are not ready. Okay. For the Tanzanian league to do something of this level, something of this caliber, they should be up there. But the reason why Nigeria is there is because it is Nigeria. Okay. It is because Nigeria did not go to World Cup, but Nigeria were well talked about at the World Cup.
Even more than some of the teams that
went there. You see, if you go to that World Cup and you ask of maybe the popularity of Uruguay there, nobody knows them, but they know Nigeria.
You're talking about Nigeria. I'm telling you. I think for the African teams that were around the World Cup, not even qualifying for the World Cup, let's say they talked much about Morocco, then Cape Verde, then Nigeria. I must tell you.
The only reason they talked about Cape Verde was because of the performance they put out there. If Cape Verde just went there and maybe did the normal routine, going there to be walloped, to be beaten, nobody will talk about them. They will still be talking about Nigeria. But Nigeria is Nigeria, and I feel the fans in Nigeria are more focused and more ambitious than the entire body governing the football in Nigeria. Right? And it's very, very bad. The other day, I wanted to call the office to tell you guys that I was watching a game, a grassroots game. If you see the fans in the stadium watching that game, it's somewhere here in Port Harcourt. It's a grassroots tournament. And the finals was last week Sunday. Okay. and I was there watching that game. There was no place for someone to sit.
Very, very.
There was no place for someone to sit. And this is not an MPFL game.
Okay.
This is nothing close to even the president Federation.
Okay, then what happens during the MPFL games where we don't see fans?
Now, people made mention that the reason why fans don't go to Nigerian games is because of they are busy watching Chelsea, Man U, and the rest. Is a lie. I understand that this game was played when the league, the Premier League is in recess. But for these fans to come out to watch that game, I took a little video clip of the stadium. It was packed full. And this tournament wasn't even the
A-list tournament within the area.
Within the area, this was more like an under 17, more like under 15 tournament.
Okay,
and people were there up to the extent that it was a final.
And most likely, I could put it to you that people did come out because the players are connected to the fans.
Sometimes it's the organization.
Okay.
The way the tournament is being organized. Because I had to ask. I asked some of the fans there. I wanted to make a video where I was the only person there. I wanted to do some interviews and all that. So I asked some of the fans. They said, you don't know this competition. This competition, they hot to. You know if you miss out for anything. And when the match ended, normally we expect everybody to go home.
Yeah.
Fans stayed behind. Back. They wanted to see the trophy lift. And normally the way we used to watch the UEFA,
it's not an English Premier League game, right?
It is not.
Neither is it the UEFA Champions League.
I had to watch from the outside the stadium, the barbed wire. I had to watch from there because I couldn't sit. Yes, I couldn't sit.
Wow.
So I had to watch from there. People were standing watching. Then the players that won had to stay up the way we normally see the English Premier League when they will be up there to lift their trophy and all that. Then there was the commentator running the commentary and all that. The entire stadium was carried along. Wow. There was nothing like, Mr. is talking, we are not hearing, the referee, everyone was carried along.
Meaning the organization was top notch.
It was top notch. Now, I feel if the MPFL, this is not even up to a league.
Okay.
If this will organize something like this, I'm not saying they were perfect, but if they could get something of this, my interest there is the fact that they drew the fans out. If they could get
and they gave the fans what was coming out for.
It was worth it. I know there was no gate fee, but every fan came out. There were women.
Gate fee, the MPFL games. Some of them.
Now,
the gates
imagine somebody putting gate fee of 500 naira. It did like saying free too. Somebody putting gate fee 200 naira. It's just like free.
Yeah.
And now these days there are no gate fees. But if even women, ladies could come to watch this game. The person that dragged me to that place was a lady.
Okay.
So if a lady could actually drag a guy to go watch a game, then it means that okay, it's not what you think.
You finally talking to because they wanna waiting so the boys they drink.
No. So if these guys could and it ended in a penalty shootout, you could see how the entire stadium were shouting over the ones supporting the others were shouting over the and I just looked at it and I was like, if I go to watch a Rivers United game and I see something like this, then only then will I say the MPFL is moving forward.
Okay.
Because we ought to be seeing we ought to see stadiums packed full. Now, if there is something that drags the fans, if there's something that links me, that drags my interest to come and watch that game, then I'll come out.
Okay.
Somebody said if Chelsea maybe comes into town to play maybe a preseason year in Nigeria.
Okay.
And at that same time, we have a title decider in the MPFL going on. That most persons will go to the stadium to watch the Chelsea game and not watch the MPFL. I want to put that as a lie. Because if there is something that there is something of interest to you in the Chelsea in the title decider, let's say Rivers United against Kano Pillars in a title decider, if there's something of interest to you, you will not want to miss that title decider. Because there's a different joy when you watch it. There's a different joy when you see the action right there. So I just feel there's something that the MPFL is that they are not doing, and it is high time we start correcting this. The grassroots is not supposed to drag more fans. People go watch match where they know the video. match that will not show on the internet, where you have to see the live score of the game. If people could go and watch that and enjoy themselves, then we are supposed to have that kind of thing before we are being even listed into the top 10.
Okay.
But for now, Opta is wrong.
All right. Opta is wrong. You can share your thoughts with us also. Do you think that it's right to have the Nigerian Premier Football League fifth on the standings right here in the top ranked teams in Africa? 82nd they are on the world stage right now, but we are still examining what actually happened, or what did Opta see to place the Nigerian Premier Football League up there. And for still talking about referees and still talking about some of the reasons why the NPFL should not be there, Nigerian Premier Football League referees are reportedly yet to receive their match indemnities from match day 26 of the 2025-2026 season, according to some information gathered by G25 Sports. The officials are also said to be owed payments dating back to the round of 32 of the 2025 President's Federations Cup, with the outstanding dues remaining unsettled months after. The situation has raised concerns over the welfare of match officials who continue to officiate games despite the reported delay in payment. So the Nigerian Football Federation and the National Sports Commission have been urged to investigate the matter and ensure that the affected referees receive their outstanding entitlements without further delays. Now, what it means is some of the NPFL referees, or would I say all the NPFL referees, have not received their payments since February 2025 for a league that has already ended. And we can see that we have benevolence coming from the National Sports Commission, because they are far away in Scotland with Team Nigeria, and they are rewarding athletes who win medals immediately. As you collect your medal, you collect your $5,000, no delay. Yes, for those who win silver medals, if you collect your gold, you collect your $8,000 straight away. And back home, the referees have not been paid, and you expect them to give you fair officiating. Some of the reasons why NPFL matches continue to go one-sided, continue to go towards the side that can pay. So if you see a referee that has not received his indemnities since February, do you call that a temptation if you decide to give him money and he decides to tweak his emotions to favor you? I don't know what to say about this, but for Ovie Wallace, it's a huge one that these days, it seems when the NSC does something good, because we do praise them. That's talking about Shehu Diko and Bukola Olakpade, Honorable Bukola Olakpade. We do praise them right here on the show, but it's now looking like when they do something good, the next week, something bad that they refuse to look into will come out. We praise them for the preparations given to Team Nigeria for the 2026 Commonwealth Games, and it wasn't far-fetched. We started hearing that the Super Falcons will go on forced strike if the monies promised them during the last presidential hosting after the WAFCON 2024, if those monies are not paid, they will go on strike right in this WAFCON. And that was when a lot of persons now had their eyes opened to the fact that, this money since 2 years has not been paid. What is going on? This is the NPFL that we have been preaching every day, that it's getting better. Yet, I've heard you on this show talk about the welfare of referees, how the NPFL board has mandated the clubs, how the NPFL board has upgraded the welfare package for referees. But it's one thing to upgrade, it's another thing to be consistent.
But I don't think I said welfare package. I said the trainings they've done. I said when I'm talking about the
Honorable Wallace,
the text.
Are you trying to rescind?
No.
Why are you running?
I remember when it came to the referees, I said what they done for the referees was when they said they were bringing new gadgets for the referees so they can communicate better on the field. In which till now we've still not seen anything. I can remember then. when it comes to this referee issue, it's nothing new. When it comes to payments of referees, we had this issue in January at a point in time. I think it was one organization that paid the refs, and it has happened once again. It's nothing new that you don't see in Nigerian football. And person will no chop, no go work. A person will no work, no go chop. So that's how it is. And imagine I have a family to feed. I'm going to work every day, running 90, maybe 120 minutes, making calls and all. And the tax it has physically, how it drains you mentally on the pitch, the decisions that you're going to make, the pressure you're going to make. We just saw Anthony Taylor retire, and we saw the comments he made. The pressure is too much. The referees face too much pressure, because to call a game down the middle is very hard. And I think to call an NPFA game down the middle is even harder than what they have there, because as you're calling that game, you're also looking at the stands in case someone does not come and jump you. So the an NPFL game for a referee comes with risk, which is not meant to be.
So now it's harder for you to be a referee in the Nigerian Premier Football League than anywhere in the world. I saw. I saw a comment. I saw a comment on X when this was talked about by one of the football journalists that we have right there in Lagos, and a certain young man who acquired some referee training outside the country in Europe, actually. He said that he's been looking forward to working for the Nigerian Premier Football League for free. Yes, that is going to add to his AR. Yes, it's going to add to his resume.
Yeah.
That's what he means. So he's looking at working for the Nigerian Premier Football League for free. And you know what someone replied him? He said, open your eye well, Lou. See, to become referee for MPFL, different from being a referee outside the Nigerian Premier Football League. They are two different.
If they gave me a choice to be a referee for an inter sports match, secondary has played, or they'll give me a match, my coach, let's say, Kano Pillars versus Enyimba.
Okay, that's for you to officiate.
And that match now has, let's say, other 30 implications or relegation implications. I'll say, don't worry.
You do the inter sports.
Even if they say they'll give me 5 for this, I say, don't worry, because anything that can happen, my life is on the line in that match. We've seen Kano Pillars, how many fines have they paid today when it comes to breaching security and fans misconduct? The money that they've paid, they should just pay to the ref for damages and all. And we've seen attacks on different players and all. So to be a ref in the FFL is hard. And now you now have to come to this you now have to come to this issue when it comes to not paying refs. There's no focus.
Okay.
As I'm referring that man, there's no focus, because I'm still looking at how I'm going to get paid. So I think the LPFL going forward need to find a way to call this, because we cannot have this issue reoccurring every
over
season.
and over again.
I
think I'll have to cut you here. Okay. The phone lines have been buzzing continuously. I believe everyone out there wants to contribute on what we have right now. So we'll take some calls before we get back to the Nigerian Premier Football League, because we still have a lot to talk about coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. Welcome.
One game.
Football without violence. Welcome.
I don't know what is happening with these people. I don't know the criteria they use in assessing our Premier League. Now, is it that they just stay somewhere and just write it because we have more population? I don't know.
I think Opta is a very respected.
Wait, we know what is happening.
Okay.
Now, you talk of unpaid players that will go to match. After winning, they will not play it. You talk about supporters beating refs, beating players. They didn't look at that one. How many stadiums in Nigeria that the CAF can say this stadium is qualified for FIFA approval?
Just two now.
Now, these are the criteria. How many people go to stadium and watch football?
Okay.
These are the criteria they have to look. Now, where are the North Africa? The Algeria, Tunisia, the Morocco, the Egypt. Where are they? And they will come from another place and beat us even in our home. Corruption has been the main thing. And until we erect that thing called corruption that has eaten deep down in our bone marrow,
All right.
then our football will go. I was in Calabar last year.
Okay.
There was this fight aside. My brother, I said, if you see this fight aside, you will love to watch football.
All right.
I mean, those boys, when they organize this thing, no fight, nothing. The end. The winner goes with almost 5 million. So imagine if Rumokuta, imagine if Wimpy, imagine if Rumokoro, imagine if Rumola and Lekoya will have this kind of competition. Do you think football will not make much money? Who pick talent, raw talent? Look at the boys that went to play in Spain. How many of them are more than 25 years? So until we enhance that potential and tell ourselves the truth that this thing is bad, then our football will skyrocket. Not just only in Africa, we'll challenge the Europe and the international. They'll write our name with gold.
All right.
God bless you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
a lot.
much.
Love your
And
show.
yes, God bless you too. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone line still remains open 0810-951-0951. Good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Yeah, good evening, Osas.
Welcome to your host for.
Thank you very much. Osas. Yes, the team team that is working on the close of progress and the Nigerian football league is nothing but corruption. Corruption is the only thing.
Okay.
Because if corruption is taken away, there will be no structural deficiency.
All right.
Yes, there will be. There will be a lot of coaches, quality coaches. Their salaries will be paid as I went due.
All right.
You just said it here right now that 2025 the coaches they have not been paid.
Yes, February 2025. The referees.
Pardon?
Since February 2025, the referees have not been paid since March Day 26.
Then how do you expect them to give their optimum? These are the issues. Even the ladies that went to the last
the last AFCON.
Went to the last
WAFCON.
They said they will go on strike if those money promised them is not given them. I mean, and it is not even in the various sporting federation. It's so different. Every angle is there. Now, how do you look at our stadium?
All right.
We should at least have six FIFA stadiums.
Yeah.
Each in geopolitical zones of this country. But they have one. Just these two. I don't know how.
Yeah. The Godswill Akpabio International Stadium and the Remo Star Stadium.
Now makes it two. I don't know. It's just funny. Tanzania now is using a VAR, training their coaches and not the rest. They are going nuclear. I don't know. It's not stagnant. They are just retrogressive. We are very retrogressive, not stagnation. We are not stagnant. If you look at the 90s, Nigeria Nigeria football was a pity to behold.
All right.
Everybody wants to watch.
All right.
When Omokate, that's the AKA the Bull. You talk about Olise, you talk about Kanu Wako, you talk about
Wilson Oruma, Victor Ikpeba.
These are you see them, you want to watch.
All right.
And Nigeria then was ranked at fourth. I can't be corrected.
Fifth, yes, in 1994.
Yes, and the second best entertaining team.
Yes, in the 1994 World Cup. Yeah.
But what has gone wrong now? The thing is that it's just corruption that are engulfed the whole
Nigerian football.
The whole system. The NS led by
Sheodiko and
Sheodiko. Yeah, now they promise if you anybody that got gold is going home with $8,000 and not the rest. While other countries are even promising $100,000. Okay, sorry, I'm not taking it. Just a minute, I will come.
All right.
Now look at the even smaller countries like Tanzania and Zimbabwe, where this the International Olympic Committee, the chairman, Christy Coventry.
Yeah, Coventry.
Yes, it came from. You know that the last Olympics, they promised their citizens $200,000 per goal. But Nigeria will probably just 10,000. We are just struggling. Even 10,000.
Okay.
I'm not sure some of them even got. I mean, the whole system is. Now, let me just stop. Tomorrow, in the Barca edition of this we'll talk much elaborately on this issue.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tony Hosford, for your thoughts there. 0810-951-0951. Yes, that's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Still looking at the Nigerian Premier Football League, but it's all has to do with the selection of a stadium for the CAF competitions. But after this call, we'll talk about that. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Kabilo Barry, welcome. Go on.
Yes. So there's a Nigeria Premier League day number 5 to Africa.
Yes, number 5.
Number 5. That other computer be within the corner. Me be like saying a mistake. no be waiting if you want right, right? Call right. No be where we go put Nigeria League, put and so. May them go check and mistake.
All right.
Because nothing will happen for this our league where you go tell me say for Africa it is number 5. For like 6 years now, and let me say 6 seasons, we they play CAF tournament. How many times we don't enter group stage? Or how many times we don't play quarter final? For CAF Champions League. Then for CAF Confederations Cup, how many times we don't play quarter final? So how Nigeria League now take day number 5 for Africa? For all these things, where we say stadium. If you go stadium, you know go know where you don't go. If you enter stadium yourself, where they tell you make you sit down now, where you know go fit sit down because nothing there in place.
Okay.
If waiting and been shot for like 3 matches ago, you enter stadium, you dirty everywhere dirty. No way. Organization, no way. So how you take the for reach number 5 for Africa?
All right.
See, I don't know people where they wine Nigeria people, then just they why not make we happy say our league they go well. But our league not they go well.
Okay.
Because of waiting. People where they run our football. Okay, you say people referee will blow match day 26 last season. They never receive their money up till now. So how you think say the league will work out?
All right.
Now because of all these things, I say me now one person when they like to go stadium go watch for. But I say Nigeria organization they make I not feel go again because when you see waiting they happen for that pitch, not be waiting if they happen for professional football where they play. So nothing make up day number 5. So make them find better thing tell us.
Okay.
And the thing. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Kabilo Barry, for your thoughts right there. Still looking at the Nigerian Premier Football League. Several MPFL clubs led by Enugu Rangers have chosen or shown willingness to use the Remo Stars Stadium in Ikenne, Ogun State for their home venue for the upcoming CAF Interclub competitions. That's what we will be talking about. The CAF Interclub competitions, we're talking about the CAF Champions League as well as the CAF Confederations Cup. Huge one there, but we'll look at it clearly if it's going to benefit these teams or maybe just serve as a deterrent. But okay, a drop call situation there. Let's go on. For Rangers International, officially they reached an agreement with Remo Stars to host their 2026-2027 CAF Champions League preliminary round matches in Ikenne starting from September the 4th. Shooting Stars also
indicated interest to utilize the facility for their CAF Confederations Cup. Then El Kanemi Warriors have also considered the Ikene ground for their continental home game. So we have two right now, but let's take this call. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. Name, location?
Liverpool calling from
Mr. Liverpool. Welcome. Welcome to the show.
People are doing a great. I commend you people for that.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to call, but I did not make it. So thank God I have.
All right. Welcome.
Well, concerning the topic for now, the ranking of the league. Well, from my own side, I will say it's nice. It's a welcome development.
Okay.
Yeah, we deserve it. I know everybody has their own opinion. Deserve it. But also the problem that we are facing in this side of this war, bad government.
Okay.
Because if I can recall back at 2010 to 2015, when I was following the life of the next teenage the former captain of Benimba,
okay,
that moved to Canubila. I think Kingsley Sukari.
Okay.
Was the backbone that speaking about the open for all that those class of players that play for him other than one 2014-2015 Premier League. And then when I think consideration about the league wanted to come out up to go up start the this is global they are calling it global Premier League. You can record global
okay.
Global sponsoring the league. The league was trying to but
okay.
Government we are into anything that they want to maybe an individual person wants to try to promote, then we use policies to destroy it. It's only what is how Nigeria is supposed to be number one in Africa.
All right.
It's supposed to be number one.
Okay.
Because that they are then because okay, come to Europe, our players they see no matter that we fight for World Cup, we deserve that. The threat.
All right. All right.
Government. You people are
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there, Mr. Liverpool. Back to what we were talking about. So we have 3 MPFL sides, El Kanemi Warriors, Shooting Stars, and Rangers International opting to use the Remo Stars Stadium for their CAF inter-club games or intercontinental games. So that's a huge one there. But the question still remains, what about the home support? Rivers United obviously would be so comfortable with the Godswill Akpabio Stadium. That was what they used last season and could use it again this season. But I was opportune to watch one of those games from there, and I can tell you categorically that the fans' turnout was very poor. Very, very poor. I think that was the game against Power Dynamos. Right there, and it was very poor. I don't think. So I don't think. I don't think we had up to 100 fans. It was that bad. We didn't have up to 100 fans. Just something below. I think between 50 and 60. We're the only ones there cheering Rivers United. The entire stands were left empty. And I'm not talking about Rivers United representing Rivers State on the continent, because when you step on the continent, you are representing Nigeria as a whole. So what stops the fans of Aqua United? What stops the fans of Dakada FC? What stops the fans of Calabar Rovers? What stops the fans of club sides around? What stops, even if you're not fanning any MPFL side, you fan the Super Eagles? What stops you from coming in? Because this is a club representing Nigeria. So now if this happens and we have 4 representatives on the continent and quite clearly they go to
stadiums where their fans cannot reach. That means we're having 4 teams playing the CAF Champions League as well as the CAF Confederations Cup away from home, even if they seem to be at home. What kind of effect would this be giving at the end of it all? But we're not going to dwell much on that. As this point, we'll be moving ahead to talk about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. It's about 24 hours to the start of the Women's African Cup of Nations 2026. Call that Morocco 26 as Africa shifts its gaze to its finest women. 16 teams fueled by the passion and the desire to create history. From the Super Falcons to the Atlas Lionesses, who will be crowned the Queen of Africa. Yes, and right here today, 95.1 FM, the Today FM sports crew, ready, willing, and able to bring to you the stage where the Queens will emerge. So the first round of matches will kickstart from tomorrow, called that Match Day 1, as Algeria will take on Senegal tomorrow, Sunday, 26 July at 7 p.m. It's going to be Morocco up against Kenya, same day by called at 10 p.m. And we'll have South Africa take on Tanzania on Monday. Cote d'Ivoire will take on Burkina Faso also on Monday. On Tuesday, we'll have Zambia up against Egypt, and our own Super Falcons, they would be up against Malawi. For that game, the Malawian coach has already pleaded with the Super Falcons not to pummel his side. I don't know if that one would fall on deaf ears or the Super Falcons will actually listen to it, but we are expecting a total whitewash of that Malawian side. Then Ghana will take on Cape Verde on Wednesday, and Cameroon would do battle with Mali same Wednesday. That's how match day 1 would look through in the Women's African Cup of Nations 2026 right there in Morocco. And for the Super Falcons, the build-up has been beautiful all through the week. We've seen players arrive the camp one after the other, and now all players are in camp. But something has just befallen the Super Falcons of Nigeria, and that is Super Falcons forward Esther Okoronkwo has accused staff at the Marriott Hotel in Casablanca, Morocco, of stealing cash from the rooms of several Nigerian players ahead of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. Okoronkwo, who plays for Canadian Northern Super League side AFC Toronto, made the allegation in a series of posts on Snapchat on Saturday, claiming that the hotel cleaning staff entered the players' room while they were away and took money from their wallets. The 29-year-old said that she lost $700, adding that the total amount allegedly stolen from the affected players is about $1,000. I have it here. Esther Okoronkwo, $700. Rashida Tajibade, $200. Osinachi Ohale, $100. Joy Omewa, $120. And Halimatu Ayinde, $100. And you could say, what are Moroccans looking for this kind of money for at this point? I was thrown aback by the whole revelation. I was thrown aback by the whole.
Is there anything that says that they know they find money from Morocco or what?
No. Morocco seems to be a stable economy.
No, it's not stable. Don't mind that they are building stadiums. The people are complaining about healthcare and their roads and everything.
Okay,
so
but
but it's better organized than us.
It's better organized than
let's
Nigeria. Yes. So, but I'm coming from a different point of view now. Do you think that this is a Moroccan antics? Because there is nothing you cannot expect with Morocco these days. They will either point lasers into your eyes, they will steal your towels, they will beat your assistant goalkeeper, they will drag you like a pass my neighbor generator, and this time they've added one more feather. They will steal your money from your wallet inside your room. Do you think this could be a Moroccan antics? Because the Super Falcons seem to be the only team that could stand in the way of the Atlas Lionesses of Morocco winning the WAFCON title. They have tried in 2022, got to the final, they couldn't. In 2024, they got to the final against the Super Falcons. It looked like they were going to win that one, but all of a sudden, it all turned around, and the Super Falcons won that one by 3-2. So do you think that this is early enough with the Moroccans coming in with the antics to maybe destabilize the AFCON, they call that the Super Falcons players? Because I saw, was that a breakfast by the players this morning, and you could see it clearly that goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie has been hit heavily by this. She was all moody throughout that breakfast time there. And with what has gone wrong already, their stay at that hotel will definitely be affecting what they put forward when the WAFCON starts. So let me stick with you, Ovie Wallace, on this one. Do you suspect anything fishy with what the Moroccans have just done?
Yeah. I know it's all speculations and allegations that we're throwing at the Moroccans, but come on. Come on.
Because 1,000
say what happened if it didn't happen.
I'm telling you, like $1,000.
$1,000 in Morocco.
As Henry has said it, there's no way the girls will just like money god us. Who wants to come for them?
And to top it all, in Morocco, $1,000.
In Morocco, and they said they reported to the staff. The staff didn't say anything. They didn't even do an investigation. But I think if you report to the hotel staff, I'm sure an investigation will at least be carried out. No, nothing has been done. So I'm not putting it past the Moroccans after what we saw at the AFCON, even the last WAFCON as well. So what we saw building up to this WAFCON as well. So I'm not surprised if they decided, okay, let us start our antics earlier than possible.
Okay.
But for now, it's allegations.
Allegations.
But for now, at the back of everyone's mind, we are still trying to pin it down on the Moroccans. And going forward, I think it's going to be a very, very rough and scary ride. Just for AFCON.
Henry is starting this early, talking about the whole razzmatazz. Is there any chance, if you had a chance now to speak with the Super Falcons, what are you going to be telling them to surmount this challenge that has come as early as before the start of the WAFCON 2026?
Well, I don't need to tell them anything or tell them much. They are professionals. They know their job. They know that they have a job to do. I mean, they stole your money, $1,000, all fine and good. You've been treated worse by your own federation. You still got to do it. So I think this is not, they'll survive this. I don't think there's much to it. It's annoying. It's annoying. When someone steals your money, it's annoying.
All right.
When someone steals something that belongs to you, it's annoying actually. I mean, if you see the person, you probably, it just reminds me of the videos that be trending these days in Nigeria when they catch somebody stealing.
They go show them say stars. You just never test them on Moroccan before.
But I look, they've been through worse. They've been through worse, so I don't think they should let this phase or move them. It's antics. They are trying to play, but they tend to forget what Nigerians. Why
this could be a motivation. If I were to be there,
maybe for the foreign-born girls, it's an issue. Omo, you're Nigerian, they see your money. Is it the first time you're stealing money? Like, I was in boarding school when they stole all the pocket money my parents gave me. It was stolen at one point. I had not yet deposited it in the school, and everything was stolen. You don't get that for the rest of the term. What you could do? So, like, to the next visiting day, or you can call your parents, they'll say, but you go get them. So that's the thing. See, we're used to adversity as Nigerians, so you stealing there, it's annoying. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. Right. I think they should file a complaint. But I think even if you complain to the Moroccan police, what would they do? They are still reeling from the 3-2 loss against us in the WAFCON final. I think that's where the pain or this action stems from, the pain of losing that WAFCON final, that WAFCON final that way. So I think that's basically trying to unsettle. But I didn't even really a match for us. 2 editions ago, they beat us on penalties. We had 2 women sent off.
Yeah.
Ajibade and who again was sent off in that game?
Was that not on Onomonu?
Was it Onumonu?
Onumonu.
Yeah. No, was it Onumonu that was sent off?
I think she was
she missed the penalty. She missed the penalty.
She missed the penalty.
She missed the penalty in the shootout. She wasn't sent off. She missed the penalty. Well, I know Ajibade, and I'm trying to remember the last player that got sent off in that game. Then, you also look at the last WAFCON. There were 2 goals up.
Yeah.
Normally, you should be dead and buried.
Mm-hmm.
We came back and we won, even as we complained about our tactical approach.
All right.
So imagine if we were tactically better than they were from the onset. I mean, we would have probably. So I don't even think Morocco. The team I'm actually scared of in the WAFCON is South Africa. That's the only team I'm actually scared of facing in the WAFCON.
We beat them in the last.
I mean, of recent, we've not really been having the best of time against South Africa in the women's game. Okay,
we beat them in the last WAFCON.
WAFCON.
Yes.
Yeah, we beat them. Yeah, we beat
them in the last WAFCON. That was 2-1, I guess.
2-1. But
in fact, we went 2 goals ahead.
Yeah, we came out like a house on fire, but at a point, after the 2 goals, we sort of retracted, withdrew, went back into our shell. But I think on paper, we're better than every other team, player for player on the continent. So, but we all know how bad preparation has been for us, but I don't think this is something that they should let bother them.
Okay.
It's annoying. Don't get me wrong. It is very, very, very annoying.
All right.
But I don't think they should let it bother them. Just make or complain to the right authorities. You can talk to the team coordinator, and with the NFF, they try and take it up beyond that. But I think they should just let it go. I mean, if you win the WAFCON at the end of the day, the president is talking about renewed hope in sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I heard they even redeemed their pledges of the $100,000 and house. So
have they done that?
Yes, I was seeing a report like that.
Okay.
I'll confirm. So 100,000 minus 700. 700 minus 100,000. 99,300. Manage that one.
All right. So that's a good advice to the women's team. That's the Super Falcons. But if I see them, I will tell them, yeah, they have grabbed your $1,000 and they have run away with it. Grab the trophy and also run away with it again, right in front of their eyes. All right, let me take some of the messages that we have from the WhatsApp platform before we move ahead. I'll throw open the phone line also to take your reactions. What do you think if you were to talk to the Super Falcons of Nigeria after this that has happened? What would you be saying to them then? Do you think that this is Morocco and their antics again coming? But I'll take some of the messages before I go to the phone line. I can already see the phone line buzzing. This one from Enes from Wuji. He says Arsenal are funny because Vinicius did a new face. Arsenal saw that as he needs a new challenge. Okay, Arsenal saw that he needs a new challenge. Arsenal wants to pay Vinicius 600k a week for him to win the Carling Cup. Enes from Muji. Enes, thank you so much for that one. This other one here says, oh, it's a long one. Henry, FC Barcelona should be scared of Madrid. Madrid have been having Galacticos from when football started, and that was what they said last season, 2 seasons ago. But guess who made Madrid trophyless for 2 seasons now? FC Barcelona. Like I said, and will always say, clubs fear Madrid. Madrid fears Barca. So I am not scared. Barca may not win the league, but one thing I will promise you is Madrid isn't beating Barca home and away. For Barca signing, what I just need is a right back to give Koundé a challenge, a striker, 1 defender, and 1 midfielder. Thank you so much for that one there. This other one here says, greetings, Nigerian league, highly respected by Opta. I think it's more prophetic than reality. Nigeria will before long, before 20 years, get transformed to the desires of the common men in all ramification and especially football. Son of devil. Thank you so much for your message there. This one says, CAF just wants Morocco to win WAFCON by all means. I don't understand why they keep hosting the tournament. As for MPFL Opta ranking, that is a joke taken too far. Okechukwu from Owerri. Thank you so much, Okechukwu, for your thoughts there. The phone line is open right now, 0810-951-0951. Do you think this is an antics from Morocco? And if you were to advise the Super Falcons, how should they handle it as they go into the Women's African Cup of Nations? Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good evening.
This is Osas. Welcome.
Osas, sorry about that.
Welcome.
My name is Destiny.
Destiny, welcome to the show.
And is after say we are fifth in the world, I be in Africa.
Yes, in Africa. MPFL is fifth in Africa.
The best league, I be.
No, the fifth best league.
Fifth best league.
Yes, yes.
Nigerian Professional Football League.
Yes, right? Yes.
You believe him?
I did ask you.
My brother, I can only laugh.
Yeah. Oh, fake. Oh, fake. I don't since I hear the news, I don't laugh. We don't come back again today and another Saturday to complain. And I refuse to be complaining today. I don't want to complain today. Let's just give me the thumbs up to Tanzanian football, right? Federation for doing the right thing and they are stepping up.
Yes.
Are they in the phase 2?
No, they are not. The MPFL is better. It's better than the Tanzanian league. Yes, yes.
A league that has not been paid the ref since the match last year or
February this year.
February this year. This is we are running out of July. That should be approximately 4 to 5 months, right?
Yes.
And then you are the best league, one of the 5 top league in
Africa.
Wonderful. Wonderful. They are doing well. And our club that qualified for the Champions League. They are going to Buru Stadium to play their own matches, right? And then the Rangers will be playing in something like that.
Yes,
then,
in Remo Stars.
Our pride here will be going to
Gosula Pabio Stadium in Uyo.
This time. Okay, they are going to
Uyo. Yes.
And we are based in the top 5 of the best league. That's good.
All right.
It's okay for them.
All right.
Let's continue.
All right.
I don't want to complain today, like I said.
Okay.
Let me just keep quiet and enjoy the show.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening.
Welcome.
This is Mazimba from Rumo.
Mazimba, welcome to the show.
Yes, I want to ask first, why must Morocco be the one hosting AFCON for women?
That would be answered by CAF, but they seem to be the only African country with top-notch facilities.
Well, that being said, the Super Falcons, the Nigerian Football Authority should take it up.
Okay.
If they had been accused, the Moroccan organization or staff of the hotel, those that have cleaned up their hotels should be rounded up.
Okay.
They should provide that money.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, obviously.
So I don't want to see it as an antics because no nation does that.
Okay.
I have not heard that when you go footballing or competition, that the hotels or the staffs of the hotel will go around stealing from the players. So if that has happened, they should be rounded up and they will make provisions of that money. Again, the issue of advising the girls.
Okay.
Let them make this complaint. Let them take it up. Let them, like one of your guys there is saying that they should just let go. No. Even if they are paid $1 million, they should not let go that kind of amount of money.
All right.
$1,000 is small though, but then it is a very wrong step for anyone to do.
All
Even
right.
if it's there in Nigeria, you can steal from anybody on the road, not on the hotel room. So there are people saddled with cleaning of that hotel.
Okay.
So those are the ones that we should hold. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Hello. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, what's up?
Welcome, Tony Hospital.
Yes. What's up? Yes, like I think it's their antics to destabilize them psychologically,
Okay.
emotionally and everything. Yes,
Mm.
to drain them. Yes, because I could remember this thing, the cup they won.
Yes,
I
the
mean,
last WAFCON.
I was almost discouraged, but I picked up the, I was emboldened by the fact that these ladies could not survive any time.
All right.
Because I've seen them do that so many times. So before I know it, they have two go down. Before
Okay.
I know 2-1, 2-2. And 3-2, I know that the game is over.
All right.
It was over. So but when they see, they'll become jittery to see this. I mean, they are jittery palpably, so they can do anything from this side to bring them down. Even it happens when the Gaddafian side did some funny things to the Super Eagles sometimes. You remember?
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Is that the Libyan
these are
side?
all the attitudes. Yes. So, since they have the top-notch stadium to organize all these things, and to all blame, the bulk of the blame should go to our own federation. People manage the federation.
All right.
Why don't they put up, simpler or even more superior stadium than this is? And all these things will be bring to better minimum.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tony Hospital. Good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Yes, I come back, Aboluba.
Welcome.
Yes, Morocco people, they don't start to receive our girls, man. I asked, another country no day for that their country where they want to participate for this Nations Cup. Why must it be saying that Nigeria girls and their hotel and they enter?
Okay.
So like the guy where they talk say he won't blame the Nigeria official.
Okay.
Based on waiting loss for those girls. For this one, I'm not going to say I will say now fault of our this thing, our people where they arrange our football.
All right.
I know be their fault.
Okay.
But now the antics of Morocco and these North African people where they not study ball, they want to find all me, make them take win. Making it no build them to win.
Okay.
Because if they don't start to receive money when they never start to play ball. When we start to play the ball, now we think they will continue. So why this North African let me say why this Morocco then they behave like this? Because the last World Nations Cup, now so they do. When they don't win, then go court. Court beat them, say they win. I ask football. Now waiting then they play for field. Don't be waiting then they play for outside of the field. The result now for field.
Okay.
So why then they bring all these antics? If they not say they not Africa, then they just Pokemon believe say they don't want to do anything with we recognize ourselves with the Africa. Then they go where then they not say them from. Go do things with those people.
Okay.
Because I don't know why you never start to play ball, you don't start to receive people things. Now so they will do now, still reach final. When they go win, they will find another team bring. Say now like this, they will come go court, you go carry Nations Cup, give them, say they win. I beg, if Morocco not say I'm Africa,
all right,
as all of us will be Africa. If they not say they don't big pass us, we will call ourselves Africa. Mean them Kokoman leave.
Okay.
Africa.
All right.
If they want day on their own, say they don't want day with Africa again. Mean them Kokoman leave because this thing now. Now problem now be this one now. At the end of the day now, as CAF now, they don't know their hands, their left and right. Then go still go support Morocco, saying a better thing where they. So right. Morocco, I beg you now. Make una not do what you wanna do last Nations Cup. Because the shame where Africa they get. Now una we una say una know from Africa, now una say give us.
All right.
Yes, so I beg una. And those our girls. I know say na Nigeria girls where they do. We know they carry last. And I know see any storm we go fit weigh them down.
All right.
Morocco will fit do anything where they want to, but if we catch them for that final, we don't see carry on.
All right.
Make them not say this 11 where will they go for now for sure.
Okay.
And they not go fit do any practice. Make them not say Nigeria, no be Senegal. Maybe say they go do it, they go do, they go back. Come up for pitch. Make them not say we go play for pitch winner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Akabulobari, for your thoughts right there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to move ahead to talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but we still have some calls to take. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
My brother, good evening.
Welcome.
Okay, man.
I didn't get that.
Okay, man.
Very well.
All right, this is the Chibike from Otueke.
Chibike from Otueke, Bayelsa State. Welcome to the show.
Yes, I guess you guys are talking about sport.
Yes,
probably
we are.
Football.
Yes, it is. Nigerian football. Have you been following?
I'm not a fan of sport, neither football.
All right.
But just because there's something I pick interest, why I just want to call in.
Okay.
I heard in the news that the next World Cup, that Morocco will be one of the host country.
Yes.
Okay. So if Morocco will be, if Morocco was one that host CAF, African Nation Cup,
yes,
right?
Yes. The 2025 African Nations Cup.
FIFA have found them worthy to incorporate them among the countries that will host the next World Cup.
All right.
So what of the giants of Africa?
Very good question.
Doing?
Very good question there.
Thank you.
All right. Would that be all?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping by right there, our friend Chibike from Otueke, right there in Bayelsa State. And I see Victor Israel. He wants to answer. All right. Diplomats, go on.
As you see, sometimes giants don't go to where those smaller creatures are so that they don't destroy them,
They whine yourself.
So as giants, we are always scared of hosting things like that, so we don't crush them.
All right.
Because why will people be complaining that Morocco keeps on hosting? Because I want to understand something. 2009 or 2011, we hosted the Under-17 World Cup. All those facilities were in place. What happened next?
All right.
2008, Egypt hosted the was it Egypt that hosted the AFCON? Can't recall. 2006, Egypt hosted the AFCON, and after that, what happened? 2010, South Africa hosted the World Cup, the very first time for an African country. All those facilities, what has happened? Because it seems like all of a sudden it's just Morocco that has facilities.
Egypt still has those their facilities. Egypt hosted the AFCON in 2019. Let's not forget also. So I don't think they are interested in hosting every time. I mean, it costs a lot of money to go on it.
Morocco are ready to
spend that money on a regular basis. So I mean, Egypt hosted the AFCON. Cameroon has hosted although of recent WAFCON, many countries don't really show much interest in hosting the WAFCON.
Okay.
Probably that's why Morocco has been the one to show the most interest.
All right.
So but for the AFCON, I don't think you can keep on giving it to Morocco regularly because the AFCON is leave the CAF Champions League. The AFCON is the pinnacle of African football.
All right.
The AFCON is the pinnacle of African football. So I mean, it's a no-brainer. Teams are okay. See the bids for the 2028, 2032 and 2036. You're seeing countries coming with joint bids.
I think Mali, South Africa, South Africans,
Zimbabwe, Botswana have submitted the bid. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger have submitted
2032.
I wonder what
where see, are we not going Nigeria, Ghana,
no. Ghana is contemplating submitting a bid with Cote d'Ivoire.
They've forgotten us. They've forgotten 2002.
Cameroon is here. We can partly with Cameroon and then submit a bid.
Well,
Cameroon even has about six good stages from the 2021 AFCON that are still very much in use and available. Maybe between now and 2032 and 2036, we could get national stadium Surulere in order. We will manage. We'll use Gospel at Babio. Abuja, then
Remo Star Stadium.
No, not Remo Stars, please. Maybe we could manage Abiyokuta, or if they can get Teslim Balogun in order.
Or Mobolaji Johnson Arena. The
Mobolaji
one that
cannot
you
host.
kick carpet and
Mobolaji Johnson cannot host. It's going too small, 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they could put Adoki and Messi Maka in order, Steven Keshi in order, Bayelsa finish building their own by then. But okay, Alex, what he say he wants to build in Abia State, right? For a new stadium in Aba for aim by 30,000 seater stadium. So let's see if that will see the light of the day.
All right.
But if Nigeria is interested, you can, if you feel it's too much, because to host the AFCON alone, I need about 8 up to par stadia or stadiums. So at least collaborate with Cameroon. You can try to collaborate with Cameroon.
I know
Not bad.
Nigeria and Ghana did the
In
2002.
In 2000.
Okay.
In 2000.
And all of a sudden now, Ghana has decided to
we're not
forget
really
where we all
we're
started.
not really next door neighbors with Ghana. Let's be realistic. You literally have to go through Benin and Togo and Cote d'Ivoire,
all right,
to make it through to Ghana. So like,
okay, they are distant cousins. That's what you want to talk about right now. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I can still see the phone lines buzzing, but I'll throw it open in a couple of minutes. I want us to talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Right, yes, it's time for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, but this time we're going to be talking about the legends, or would I say legends in the making, in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. As former Super Eagles midfielder John Mikel Obi had a little chat with current Super Eagles and Galatasaray talisman Victor Osimhen on who is the most decorated Super Eagles player. For Mikel Obi, he says, I am still the most successful and decorated football player in Nigeria. No be me talk am. Now Mikel Obi use the mouth take talk am.
I am still the most successful, decorated football player in Nigeria.
Yes.
But I think he's obviously he got an award that I never got. Number 8 in the world.
Yeah.
That is absolutely amazing. I must say congratulations. I mean, the season you had, it was fantastic, and I never got to that stage. And this is a different stage. You've raised the level, you've raised the bar so high, and I must say congratulations. And I mean, how do you feel coming number 8 in the world? So it was Lionel Messi, Haaland,
Kylian Mbappe,
and
then there was a few others.
There's few others, and you, me, JJ Kanu, never got to that stage. You got to that stage. Congratulations. How do you feel about that?
Thank you. First of all, I have to tell you something, Chris. The man sitting next to you has been a big inspiration for a lot of Nigerians, aspiring football players.
Thank you.
He's been a household name. I have to give him his flowers.
All right, that was that chat between John Mikel Obi and our own Victor Osimhen. But the ball of contention here is who is the most decorated Super Eagles player? In the studio here, I've got the guys divided on 3 sides of the divide because this one...
I don't like talking about things like this. I don't like it at all.
So the guys are already divided, and right here, I would also want to bring it to you. Who do you think is the most decorated Super Eagles player? On pen and paper, it seems to be Nwankwo Kanu as it stands right now. He's got major honors. He won the UEFA Champions League with Ajax. He won the UEFA Cup with Inter Milan. He won 3 Eredivisie titles. He won 2 Premier League titles, 3 FA Cups with Arsenal, plus another with Portsmouth. He did win the UEFA Super Cup, the Intercontinental Cup, Cup, the Olympic gold medal with Nigeria in Atlanta 1996. He won the FIFA Under-17 World Cup in 1993. He won the CAF African Player of the Year in 1996 and 1999. That's the only Nigerian to win it twice, but he did not win the African Cup of Nations title. He never scored in the AFCON. So that's one huge limitation. But on pen and paper, we have lots of names. So I did reel out Nwankwo Kanu won 16 major titles. For Daniel Amokachi, he won 14 major titles, including 1994 African Cup of Nations, Olympic gold medal in 1996, the Belgian First Division and FA Cup honors. Then we now have John Mikel Obi, the one who has acclaimed that he is the most decorated player in Nigeria. And he won 12 major titles as against a Daniel Amokachi with 14 and a Nwankwo Kanu with 16. So John Mikel Obi's 12 major titles were mostly won with Chelsea, and those titles feature a UEFA Champions League title in 2012, a UEFA Europa League title in 2013, 2 Premier League titles, and 3 FA Cup titles. Do not forget, he also won the African Cup of Nations in 2013. Huge one there, but at this point, 16, 12, I don't know if it's the weight of the trophy. Let me start with you. Victor.
I think when we are talking about most decorated in terms of trophies, you could go to the trophy list and start looking at who has it more. But I want to look at individual. When you talk about the success story of the careers, the most successful Nigerian in terms of careers, I know that I never got to watch Kanu Nwankwo during his peak days, not because I wasn't born then, but because no. I was watching football, but I think I watched Kanu Nwankwo during his latter stages, during his time, the latter part of his time at Arsenal, his time at Portsmouth, and West Brom. Those were the days I watched Kanu Nwankwo. The rest, during his peak days in Arsenal, I actually did watch it online, and I was like, wow, this man was this good. This lanky forward was this good. But watching John Obi Mikel during his career, I just see a complete. I think he's the most complete Nigerian footballer.
From the bench, or which one?
Not really. Not really from the bench. For the fact that, yes, there was that level of consistency for every age grade competition. He was there. We saw him in the under-17. We saw him in the under-20, under-23, the Super Eagles, Olympic team. There was a time we went to the Confederations Cup. The man was still there. So it gives me that joy. Maybe because I tend to support the fact that let there be consistency, because there are so many Nigerians we saw in the under-17, the Stanley Okoros, the Chrysanthus Macaulay. These Nigerians only starred in certain age grade competitions, but were never seen later. I don't know who remembers the likes of Edafe Egbedi, Paul Damian, the goalkeeper then, Oseni. These were men that made it during the under-17. But when you move on, there was a certain number 10, Omo Ojabu. Ajagun was the number 10 then. Then we had Omo Ojabu. But there was also Sani Manuel, the super sub. But these men never made it past they never made it past the under-20. It was just in the under-17. So, but for Mikel, you could say yes, he completed. He showed that yes, it's not just about Nigeria. People say in Nigeria we always bring over age to under-17. That is why we make it, and after that we cannot see them again. So that is why I would say in terms of success of career, Mikel edges it. But in terms of most decorated, you could say yes, Kanu Nwankwo did it. Even in terms of the individual awards, he won the CAF Best Player that year. But it still shocks me. It's still a thing of shock to me that with the skill, so many people will say that the most skillful player is JJ Okocha, but he never won anything.
All right.
But I think there is a particular thing he won. That is
the BBC African Player of the Year.
No. The thing is, if you there's a certain social media that you go to look for videos of players. When you hear they want to sign a player, you go there to look for their videos. That is the award that Okocha won. Go there, check for Okocha skills. No. See, no, I'm not trying to disrespect him.
All right.
I'm only surprised because I never watched the man play in his peak days in PSG. But when I was reading about him, I wanted to see what the man won, and I couldn't find anything.
Okay.
And I feel it was a waste of talent because he went to Bolton, and I looked at it. Imagine going to Bolton.
Okocha won the African Cup of Nations in 1994.
No, when I'm talking,
he won the Olympic gold in 1996.
No, I'm not actually talking about the collective award.
Okay.
Because there was an argument that he
should have won the 98 African
Cup. He actually won the BBC African Player of the Year in that 1998.
But
I think the African Player of the Year gave it to Mustafa Hadji.
Kick for Coventry and they won.
So because someone was saying that he taught Ronaldinho the skills, he taught this, and Ronaldinho passed it to this. So I felt if he's the godfather of this, then if this man could win one or two things, then he would have won that. And he even retired very early. I think at 31, the man retired. So I just looked at it and I was like, wow, Nigeria, we actually wasted this talent.
All right.
But in terms of most decorated, in terms of trophies, I'll give it to Kanu Nwankwo.
All right.
But for the success of the career, it has to be John Mikel.
All right, let me get your thoughts of your Wallace on this particular one before I'll get Henry's thoughts. Then we go to the phone line. So of your Wallace, it's quite a huge one right now. You could hear Victor Israel pick his side, and he's saying it's obviously a John Mikel Obi for him. And you've heard it already: 12 trophies, 12 titles, or call that 12 laurels to John Mikel Obi, as against 16 to Nwankwo Kanu. But for you, who are you going with? Henry, where are you?
If I was going to pick one between John Mikel Obi or Kanu Nwankwo, I think it's going to be Kanu Nwankwo for me.
All right.
You have to look at
the numbers.
Skills. Yeah, the numbers, and also the joy he gave to not just Nigerian footballers, but also people outside. If you look at many foreigners and you look at some of the greats,
all right,
that played for Arsenal and the rest, for Bolton and the rest, they will look at Kanu Nwankwo. You could say he was the trailblazer for the likes of Mikel Obi and the rest. Yes,
okay.
Titles might not really mean everything. You can't win everything.
All right.
You look at Ronaldo didn't win the World Cup. Still does not mean that he's not the greatest one of the greatest footballers in the
Why did you take that back? Why did you take that back? Okay, don't start another.
I don't start another. So let's just say one of the greatest. Even the other one is one of the greatest as well too. You can't win everything, but it still does not deny that you're not one of the best. You go to the NBA, you go to NBA as well. Look at Allen Iverson, one of the best handlers that to ever touch a basketball. The man has not won any trophy. Some people still say, this guy to me, it was for him, they were better than LeBron and Kobe.
Okay.
Just because of what the impact did in sports. Look at Steph Curry. I think they released the best shooters recently in the league. Damian Lillard finished 9th for Portland Trail Blazers. Some felt you should have finished higher above them just because he does not have a title for him. But you have to say he's one of the most prolific scorers in the NBA. So there's a lot to look at. But I'll say because of he's a trailblazer. He set the path for John Mikel Obi, Victor Osimhen, and the rest. So I think I'll put him ahead of John Mikel Obi.
All right. So that's for Ovie Wallace and Henry. Let me get your thoughts. Who are you picking as the most decorated Super Eagles player?
Yeah.
you want to pick Olamide now?
I hate this. Best Super Eagles player.
Most decorated.
See, they were both decorated. Just leave it like that. I don't fancy this. Like both gave their all for the national team.
Right.
Let's just leave
okay.
it as
You don't want to stand in between. You don't want to bring that divide. You
let's
both be
they are from
highly
they are from
decorated.
two different generations. They played at two different periods. When Mikel was coming into the scene in Nigeria, Kanu was, and in the
Leaving
Premier
the
League,
scene.
Kanu was leaving the scene. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, simple.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there, what is your take? Who is the most decorated Super Eagles player? John Obi Mikel, speaking to Victor Osimhen, he has stated it there that I am the most decorated Super Eagles player. But according to the records, or call that titles, 16 to Kanu Nwankwo and 12 to John Obi Mikel. What's your take? Let's get your thoughts on this one. 0810-951-0951. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Welcome. Welcome.
Yes. Also, you know why I like Italy? It's just like the Ross bomb by boxing.
Okay. Okay.
So in time, Jonathan Wilder said, if there's any time, it's him. And he needs one person dead in the ring. So what I enjoy is he's a great man.
Okay.
I mean, he has done so well for the
All
country
right.
and for himself.
All right.
Yes, but if I'm to pick between them, I think Kanu Nwankwo has been ringing bell. His name has been ringing bell.
All right.
Decorated. Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Atoyin Hotspot, for your thoughts there. Good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Hi, bro. Good evening. I greet you all.
We greet you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Udondo Emmanuel.
Udodo Emmanuel. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, calling from Kansas.
Welcome.
So, anyway, if I have to bring in Kanu Nwankwo and Victor Osimhen, I think for me, Mikel will be, I will not even add him to me.
Okay.
But you know how sometimes football, they have their way of, resting people. Just like, just like you guys have analyzed that in terms of club, sometimes clubs help you a lot to achieve so much.
All right.
As an individual, you got to have been good as an individual, which is of course Victor Osimhen for me is no better than Obi. Obi has never been scoring goals. He has not been scoring, so it's just Chelsea that used to help him to succeed. But when it comes to play physical football with speed, Victor Osimhen is good. Then Kanu Nwankwo, of course, he used to be very good. You understand? It's just like, sorry, let me deviate a little bit. Let me just deviate.
All right.
Just like you telling me now, you are like comparing Messi and Ronaldo.
Okay.
You understand? And for me, when Messi was in Barcelona, Barcelona helped him a lot. But individually, Ronaldo is a very fast football. He has left footer and right footer, and you understand? He does excellent movement. So for me, if you say I should choose Messi, I would choose Ronaldo over Messi. Like for me, Ronaldo is a better footballer more than Messi for me. So that is incomparable for me. Obi cannot come and tell me that is better than Victor Osimhen. No, Victor Osimhen is better than Obi. Kanu Nwankwo is better than that's
okay.
For me.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping by right there. He was talking about being the most decorated Super Eagles player. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
All right, Kablo Barry, welcome. Quick, let's go on. Let's make it 30 seconds so that others can have their take.
Yes, I will make it short.
All right.
For the Kanu Nwankwo and the other guy, me, I know what them when they do their best. So, to be honest, those three players where you mentioned, depends on when you watch.
All right.
I'll be Mikel. And as for now, if I the ground with decorated player, me I will keep John Mikel because Mikel Abi Osimhen remains Osimhen reach that stage for now, but for me now be Mikel and be mine.
All right. Thank you so much. It's actually between John Mikel Obi and Nwankwo Kanu, because Nwankwo Kanu has got 16 trophies to his name. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, this is Mazimba again.
Mazimba, welcome.
Yes. Without much ado,
Okay.
I wouldn't want to say who is Mikel.
All right.
But those of us that really watch football, I and what Kanu stood for Nigeria.
Okay.
That is why he's called Patino. Right? So there is no comparison between Nikelobi and Kanu Nwankwo. Kanu Nwankwo is the master. Even though, if I must say this, KJ is the best of all of them, but unfortunately, he was unable to
win anything.
Super Trophy. Up to today, we are missing KJ Okocha.
Okay.
Nobody can replace him.
All right.
So, looking at trophy, looking at performance, looking at the gentle mood that Carlo put into what nobody does that. So Carlo is the most decorated.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Let's see if we can take one more call before we call it a wrap on the show. It's been fun and amazing doing this with you at this point. Let's see. 0810-951-0951. Yeah, that's the number to call. Who is your most decorated Super Eagles player? We're looking at John Obi Mikel, and we're looking at called at Nwankwo Kanu at this point. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, my brother.
Welcome.
I've listened to you people guys and the callers too.
All right.
Apart from the awards, you are using to judge between Kanu and Mike. Mike did not ever see Kanu Nwankwo back.
Okay.
In the kind of place, if you go and buy players, nobody will buy Mike. Currently,
all right.
Football make it play.
All right.
They will call people. So if not because of the award, he mistakenly join sales and get it.
All right.
Mike is nowhere to be found. If I'm building a team, that's the truth, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I can still see the phone lines buzzing, but it's unfortunate. We have to leave the studio right now. Time is not always our friend when we do the business of talking football. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much because you've been a real thing to be with as we are right here right now in the studio. We'll do this tomorrow again, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. It's the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, the Sunday's edition of the show. So let's make it a date tomorrow. We'll talk more on so many of the topical issues from other sports down to football. Thank you to the guys who did this with me. Each and every one of them, they know themselves. My name still remains Osasin Hewitt, and at this point, I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM. We've got Rona right here for the news updates.